to you through your Son, Jesus Christ, giving you adoration and praise for the wonderful God you are to us and to all humankind. We are grateful for the life that you give to us and your enabling grace that permits us to be here to do the business of the territory. We give you thanks for the provision of the resources, both human and material, necessary for the care of all citizens and residents. As we meet, Lord, we recognize that we take on tasks that are beyond us, but we have a faith in you that will enable all things to be made possible. We pray your blessing upon the speaker as she leads the session, upon the premier who leads the business of government, upon the leader of the opposition and those on the opposition bench who enable clarity and enable light to be shed so that all can see, hear, and know the truth concerning the governance of this territory. We pray for every member present and for those who are not present, that you will grant to them your very special gift, that in their deliberation they may not just represent their own ideas and interests, but that of the public. Lord, into your care and keeping, we commend the sitting and the session, and all that shall be said, and all that we envisage to be said and done, that you, Lord, above all, may be glorified. May it please you what is done today, and may your people be edified and blessed. In Jesus' name, amen.
This House now convenes its sitting. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 2, administration of oaths. Item number 3, confirmation of minutes.
Thank you. Honorable members, is it your pleasure that the minutes of the meeting held on Thursday, 21st July, 2022, which have been circulated to members, be confirmed? There being no dissenting voice, the minutes hereby stand confirmed as circulated. Honorable members, is it your pleasure that the minutes of the meeting held on Tuesday, 27th September 2022, which have been circulated to members, be confirmed? There being no dissenting voice, the minutes hereby stand confirmed as circulated. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 4, announcements by the speaker.
Thank you. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning to our listening audience. I do wish to extend our apologies for the late start this morning, as we had to finalize another meeting prior to commencing this sitting. So again, we do apologize for the late start. I also wish to inform the members of the public that the Premier will be given the budget address on the 29th of November 2022. And I do ask that you do listen in or attend if you can. Thank you. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 5, statements by ministers.
I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to be back in the House, Madam Speaker. Regrettably, last sitting was postponed because I was unwell, which somehow or the other got into the press. And I think maybe all the bills on the order paper were under my name. So certainly it would have been necessary to have me here as opposed to the sitting going forward without me. And I'm grateful for all those persons who checked in on me to make sure I was okay. There was certainly a very bad flu going around, dengue, all types of different things. But I'm happy to be back in the House doing the work of the people. Madam Speaker, I have a statement to make, which is an update on requirements for foreign-based charter vessels. Madam Speaker, over the weekend, I made an announcement pertaining to the change in some of the requirements for foreign-based charter vessels. I announced that in an effort to provide a more efficient and streamlined experience for our incoming guests, we have made a decision to remove the requirement for BVI trade licenses for foreign-based water taxis and commercial recreational vessels conducting day or term charters, as well as the requirement for work permits for the crew working on these vessels. It is important to note, Madam Speaker, that the decision to remove the requirement for business trade licenses is an interim measure while we work on broader ranging reforms in the marine industry. It is also important to note, Madam Speaker, that the decision to require trade licenses was only put in place last year. This is not a long-ranging requirement over a number of years. It was just put into place last year. We are also happy to facilitate easier access for our USVI neighbors with whom we enjoy a strong relationship. And they, in return, have agreed in principle to reciprocal applications for BVI boats trading into the USVI. This is an important step considering potential recent escalation of requirements that could have crippled traffic on both sides. We all know, Madam Speaker, that we rely heavily on access to the USVI waters. And let there be no doubt, the USVI government was prepared to implement retaliatory measures, if not for quick intervention on our part. In addition to the practical aspects of inter-Virgin Islands travel, we believe it is the right thing to maintain good relations with our USVI neighbors. I wish to underscore, Madam Speaker, that with the ease in requirements stated, foreign-based water taxi operators are still restricted to passenger drop-off at the ports of entry, and persons operating foreign charter companies are still required to obtain a commercial recreational vessel license from His Majesty's Customs. We have to still continue to do business within a legal framework. The other requirements, such as the certificate of registration, safety commercial vessel certificate, and insurance for the vessels, as well as the captain's license, valid STCW, and other certificates, and a valid passport for all crew and guests remain in effect. The applicable fees based on the level of charter engagement will also still apply. HM Customs will update and publish guidelines for foreign charter companies to ensure that everyone remains knowledgeable about the revised requirements. Madam Speaker, I now wish to provide an update as well as highlight some of the additional measures that are being worked on to streamline services in the tourism sector. Tourism is everyone's business. This was a campaign that the BVI Tourist Board championed years ago, and a message that is still relevant today. Tourism, as we are all aware, is the second economic pillar of the economy. It contributes to economic development and offers various employment opportunities across the territory. So we must continue to do all within our power to ensure its sustainability as it continues to grow our economy. We are grateful to those who have chosen to have their base of operations in the BVI. I met many of them at the Charter Yacht Society's Vendor Expo just last week. It was amazing to see all the ancillary businesses which benefit from the presence of this locally based industry. We recognize their important continuous contribution to the BVI economy, and we do not in any way underestimate the value of this sector. While we recognize that there is a balance to be maintained, that balance must offer advantages for BVI-based products and services within the BVI tourism space because of their commitment to the territory and its product. Last season, however, was difficult for all parties involved, and some subsectors of the tourism economy were severely impacted by the resulting reduced maritime traffic. We also faced challenges attracting mega yachts because of the onerous requirements which were being imposed on them. Islands such as Jas Van Dyke depend heavily on the maritime traffic as well, among other islands, and they will see the benefit of easier access. While it will take time to fully develop and implement the proposed solution, there is an immediate need to make some adjustments to ensure that this tourism season affords all subsectors the opportunities to pursue a return on their investments through adjusted provisions for increased maritime traffic. Without improved traffic numbers, opportunities will be reduced. Madam Speaker, during the past year, various representations have been made about improving some of the services provided to the marine sector of our tourism economy. We recognize the urgent need to create greater levels of efficiency for some of the onerous existing processes. This includes not having multiple licensing requirements for the same activity, creating a one-stop shop, and rethinking legislation and policies for increased efficiency. We have held meetings with private stakeholders, public stakeholders, as well as joint meetings with public and private stakeholders to discuss some of the ongoing challenges. Various recommendations have been made, and we are working towards bringing about much needed change. Madam Speaker, there are various aspects of our tourism product, and we recognize that all agencies must continue to work together to ensure our visitors are afforded the best quality of service. This is one of the reasons why there are ongoing efforts with the relevant government departments and statutory bodies, such as the Immigration Department, HM Customs, Virgin Islands Shipping Registry, Treasury Department, the BVI Tourist Board, and the BVI Ports Authority to work towards more seamless procedures. And we know we have a lot of work to do. We know that the territory of the Virgin Islands is known as the sailing capital of the world, Madam Speaker. Therefore, every effort must be made to preserve what we have worked for decades to build, while ensuring greater levels of efficiency in the services we provide. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that as a result of stakeholder discussions, we are now at an advanced stage with formulating new policies and seeking amendments to existing legislation that will recognize transient vessels, modify fees, and provide greater ease of access, while ensuring that the economic value of locally based charter operations is protected. Madam Speaker, stakeholder consultation is ongoing, and all the relevant stakeholders will be fully involved. The mechanisms will provide significant economic and operational advantages to vessels that are home-based in the BVI, and further advantages to vessels that are owned by BVI companies and registered in the BVI as well. The synergies of the BVI financial services, shipping registration, and tourism products, when executed, show possible overall benefits to the BVI economy. We continue to monitor these exciting developments with positive anticipation. Two of the critical pieces of legislation that we have been reviewing are the Commercial Recreational Vessels Licensing Act 1992, which is a good 30 years ago, and the Cruising and Home Porting Act 2021. Having considered the challenges encountered last year and this year with the licensing period, and having happily taken note that our slow season is becoming shorter every year, the time is now ripe for a change to ensure that there's a correlation between the licensing period for HM Customs and the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry, and to allow renewals based on anniversary dates. This will prevent all licenses from expiring on October 30th and avoid unnecessary delays and further frustration that accompanies the high volume of license processing required every November. Madam Speaker, on a related matter, members may recall that in December 2019, government signed a contract with Canadian Banknote Company, the largest border control solution provider in the region, for the implementation of a modern border management system in the territory. The onset of the COVID-19 pandemic impacted the time frame within which this system would have been fully implemented, but work continues to be ongoing to ensure all phases of the system are launched and maximum benefit from the government's investment is received. To date, 3 phases of this system have been implemented. With the border management system, the immigration process is now electronic. The e-visa has also been partially implemented. A few months ago, we launched the automated passport control kiosks to aid in expedited entry for returning Virgin Islands citizens holding British Virgin Islands or United Kingdom passports to the territory. In the coming months, we'll be rolling out additional phases of the system, a small vessel aircraft clearance portal that will provide for advanced passenger information to be submitted to facilitate pre-checks by the Immigration Department ahead of arrival. This will be tested over the coming months with an expected launch date of the first quarter of 2023. In early December, Madam Speaker, I'm scheduled to sign a memorandum of understanding with CARICOM for the government of the Virgin Islands by way of the Immigration Department to receive advanced passenger information, which among other security measures will allow for risk-based, data-driven immigration processing, allowing pre-assessments of passengers to take place while facilitating faster and smoother processing for low-risk passengers upon arrival. This will improve the overall passenger experience by reducing congestion and delays at the ports of entry. Additionally, we are working towards introducing electronic entry departure cards during the first quarter of next year to relieve residents and visitors of the burden of having to complete these forms manually. The electronic completion of these cards at the traveler's convenience will facilitate easier clearance at the ports of entry. Over the next few months, all of the necessary policy legislative changes will be undertaken to facilitate these improvements to our entry requirements. We recognize that there is much more work to be done. That is why the government is continuing to make processes more effective and streamlined, while ensuring that the quality of life of the people of the Virgin Islands remains a top priority as the territory moves towards becoming a more modern economy. Madam Speaker, I thank you. I have one additional statement, Madam Speaker. Please bear with me as I just bring it up on my computer. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This next statement is on Financial Services Week 2022. Madam Speaker, I had the pleasure at a virtual ceremony last Friday, 11th November 2022, to deliver the opening address and to declare open Financial Services Week 2022 under the theme Globalization BVI Beyond. As we all know, financial services is very important to the Virgin Islands economy. It is one of our main economic drivers. The industry is international by nature. We have our offices strategically placed in the international markets, and we have clients and other stakeholders and partners spread across the globe. So Financial Services Week activities do attract a lot of attention for us abroad. Financial Services Week, Madam Speaker, is a time we set aside to acknowledge the importance of our financial services industry, not just to the Virgin Islands and our economy, but also to recognize the outstanding role that the industry and its stakeholders continue to play locally, regionally, and internationally. As I mentioned, this year the theme for Financial Services Week is Globalization BVI Beyond. Globalization is a term used to describe how extensive trade networks and technology have made our world more connected and interdependent. This process of trading across borders has evolved with the advancement of human civilization and contributed to lowering poverty levels and increasing wealth and prosperity across the globe. But what does this have to do with the Virgin Islands and our financial services industry, Madam Speaker? The global economy is powered by millions of cross-border investments and transactions. These transactions are facilitated by international finance centers like the Virgin Islands, which provide specialist services that keep the wheels of the global economy turning. People and businesses choose the Virgin Islands because of our robust legal framework, regulation, and conformity to international standards. We are a popular and efficient jurisdiction for the incorporation and operation of a range of entities, including holding companies, multi-shareholder companies, joint venture companies and funds, trusts and partnerships. We are also well known for our professional service firms, primarily legal, insolvency, and accounting. as well as our well-renowned center where disputes are resolved in our commercial court or the International Arbitration Center. Madam Speaker, during Financial Services Week, we showcase this work, but we also take introspection on where we are and what is required for us to advance as a forward-thinking jurisdiction. We must ask ourselves important questions about what it will take to develop strategies to adapt and keep pace with the trends and advancements of globalization. In these uncertain and often unpredictable times, we must continue building on the strong foundations laid for us more than 40 years ago when our financial services industry was birthed. We must embrace and prepare for the future. That is why, as the Minister of Education, I supported the first cohort of 22 professionals to complete the inaugural BVI FinTech training program of the H. Lavity Stoutt Community College Robert McTavius Institute for Financial Services. The program was administered by and the students received their certificates from the National University of Singapore School of Computing. The Government of National Unity and I will support the second cohort of students for the FinTech program scheduled for next year, Madam Speaker, and I'm grateful for the current Minister of Education for her support. BVI Finance has planned a packed schedule of fun and educational activities for Financial Services Week. I encourage everyone across the Virgin Islands to get involved and learn more about this industry that is so essential to our economic well-being. I'm excited about the important report commissioned from Pragmatics Advisory by BVI Finance, which was launched at the Beyond Globalization Conference this morning, Tuesday the 15th of November 2022 at the International Arbitration Center. The conference also features a very impressive lineup of speakers who are experts in the industry and who will be addressing this year's theme. There's also tremendous excitement and anticipation for this evening's great debate between students of the H. Lavity Stoutt Community College and practitioners in the financial services industry. They will be debating the question, does globalization have a future? Will the students win the debate against seasoned practitioners again, Madam Speaker? The debate will start at 7 p.m. at the UP's Cineplex, and all are invited. BVI Finance has urged that there is no need to register. Just bring a friend and hear the teams challenge each other in the debate. I urge everyone to come out or to tune in and support both sides, especially the students. We also look forward to the special edition breakfast forum tomorrow, Wednesday the 16th of November 2022 at the BVI Finance Conference Room, 3rd floor, Cutlass Tower, where our Director of Communications, Dr. Arlene Penn, will speak with the Director of Tourism, Mr. Clive McCoy, the Chairman of the Chamber of Commerce, Ms. Shana M. Smith-Archer, and the CEO of BVI Finance, Elise Donovan, about the intersection of business, tourism, and financial services. Beyond the educational opportunities, Financial Services Week 2022 will also feature a number of fun events such as hiking, Jeopardy night, and quizzes on ZBVI Radio. And details can be obtained at the BVI Finance Facebook page. Madam Speaker, Financial Services Week is for all of us. So let us join together and celebrate our financial services industry. Let us also take the opportunity to learn more about our industry so that we can be ambassadors for our industry and our brand. Madam Speaker, I thank you. Those are my two statements.
Thank you, Premier. I call upon the Minister for Health and Social Development, Honorable Marlon Penn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to bring 4 statements to this Honorable House and to the Virgin Islands public. Speaker, my first statement is on the protection against COVID-19 and other infectious diseases. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Health and Social Development continues to monitor the regional and global health trends that could impact the Virgin Islands and is pleased to note that current statistics show a significant reduction in the transmission and impact of COVID-19 worldwide. Recent reports from the World Health Organization, WHO, indicate considerably low rates of COVID-19 cases and deaths compared to 2021 and the beginning of 2022. However, there have been increasing numbers of new COVID-19 infections and deaths observed in specific countries, namely the United States of America, Russia, and Brazil. Regionally, the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPA, has reported very marginal increases in COVID-19 related deaths and cases amongst its member states. However, it is important to interpret the current trends cautiously, as most countries have seen an overall decrease in testing. After almost 2 years of strict public health measures, most countries have returned to normal operations and pre-pandemic behaviors and activities. Here in the Virgin Islands, COVID-19 is now very rarely detected by laboratories, given that severe infection and hospitalization rates are currently low. Travel testing requirements have been relaxed, and home testing kits have been available locally for some time. Despite these encouraging trends, Madam Speaker, the virus that causes COVID-19 continues to circulate in the territory, along with other respiratory viruses such as influenza and RSV, which individually or collectively could have serious health implications for vulnerable persons. Madam Speaker, I am pleased that both COVID-19 and influenza vaccines remain available at the Beaver Health Service Authority for its primary care clinics. We expect to receive a final shipment of COVID-19 vaccines on Wednesday of this week under the terms of a revised memorandum of understanding between the United Kingdom Health Security Agency and the Government of the Virgin Islands. This new shipment will include pediatric doses of Pfizer-BioNTech vaccines for children ages 5 and older, as well as all doses of Pfizer bivalent vaccine, which provides enhanced protection against the Omicron variant, along with the original strain. I once again urge persons, especially those at higher risk, including persons over 65 years of age and those with chronic diseases, to seriously consider vaccination and boosters to increase your level of protection. Madam Speaker, I want to emphasize that we should take steps to prevent the spread of the viral infections. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, predicts a very active influenza season, which will be complicated by a concurrent seasonal increase in both COVID-19 and other viral respiratory infections, such as RSV, which also causes flu-like symptoms. The situation has the potential to cause higher than normal disease burden and impacts in the Virgin Islands and the Caribbean region. Given our very close ties to the United States and increases in visitors and visitor traffic during the tourism season, it is therefore important, Madam Speaker, for persons in our community, particularly those that are vulnerable, to take enhanced precautions to reduce their risk of infection and the potential for any serious effects and complications of respiratory diseases. Along with proper nutrition and other health lifestyle choices, everyone should continue to make use of enhanced personal protection measures, such as hand washing, covering your cough, using face coverings where appropriate, and vaccination. Madam Speaker, while addressing the important topic of vaccination, I must also draw attention to the troubling resurgence of some vaccine-preventable diseases in various regions of the world. The WHO has recognized since early this year increasing rates of hepatitis B, measles, polio, meningitis, mumps, tetanus, tuberculosis, and yellow fever. The reemergence of these serious diseases is associated with vaccine hesitancy. We saw shortages and disruptions, the disruptions of vaccination scheduled due to COVID-19 pandemic. The decline in vaccination coverage is also being observed in the Latin American and Caribbean, which could easily lead to outbreaks of serious vaccine-preventable diseases among children, adults, in our communities if this trend is not reversed. Madam Speaker, this concerning situation was a topic of discussion during the recently concluded 30th Pan American Sanitary Conference, which I attended in September in Washington, D.C., where member states were urged to strengthen their immunization programs to increase the levels of protection against all vaccine-preventable diseases. In this vein, Madam Speaker, I close by once again encouraging persons of all ages who are eligible to get vaccinated against COVID-19, influenza, and all recommended vaccine-preventable diseases. I especially urge all parents to ensure that their children's vaccination status is up to date and kept up to date. We all have an important part to play in protecting ourselves and others from communicable diseases. I thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my second statement is on tourism and health program. Madam Speaker, in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, we are even more keenly aware of the significant linkages between the health and tourism sectors and the importance of both sectors to our economy and society. For the tourism industry to be sustainable, it is important to effectively manage any negative health impacts on the territory in order to protect both the local population and the industry. Ensuring sustainability is also an essential component of economic development and maintaining and improving the quality of life in small islands. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to say that the Virgin Islands is in a strong position to move forward with preparations that started in 2019 to participate in a Regional Tourism and Health Program, THP, which is designed to address health, safety, and environmental sanitation concerns within the tourism sector. The program is being implemented by several countries of the region, with support from the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPA, in collaboration with the Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association and the Caribbean Tourism Organization, CTO. Madam Speaker, the Tourism Health Program helps to strengthen the ability of countries to prepare for and respond to public health threats that may be associated with or originate in the tourism sector. It ultimately aims to protect and enhance the health and safety of both locals and visitors, while contributing to the local and regional health security, as well as the quality, reputation, and sustainability of Caribbean tourism. The program provides regional and international accepted guidelines and standards for traveler health issues in accommodation and passenger ship settings, capacity building in food and hospitality health and safety, and environmental standards and policies in an international recognized brand. More specifically, the program provides a comprehensive suite of standards in several domains of health-related tourism. These include 1. Tourism Health Information System for early warning of public health issues. 2. Vessel Surveillance Program. 3. Guidelines for managing public health occurrences on vessels and accommodations. 4. Capacity building in managing public health issues among tourism stakeholders. 5. Regional hospitality safety and environmental standards, including hygiene, sanitation, and food safety. 6. Regional Travelers Health Policy Framework. 7. Caribbean Travelers Health Assurance Stamp for healthier and safer tourism. 8, Caribbean Travelers Health app to provide information to guests. 9, fostering multi-agency partnership. And 10, advocacy and access to promotional and training materials. Madam Speaker, this unique program uses a multifaceted cross-sector approach to provide real-time early warning and response using tourism and health information systems. The system comprises a comprehensive network of pertinent health information from hospitals, health centers, accommodations, cruise ships, laboratories, media reports, international health and tourism agencies, and public health agencies via the Caribbean Travel Health Network. Together, this multi-pronged approach stimulates a rapid and coordinated response to the public health threats. This is the first integrated program of its kind, setting an international precedent for improving sustainable tourism and regional health security. Madam Speaker, despite the disruption caused by COVID-19 over the past 3 years, I'm happy to say that 930 persons have been trained in the Virgin Islands, utilizing a mix of in-person and virtual training. 6 facilities and 6 companies have been fully registered and awarded the Healthier, Safer Tourism HST stamp of approval, which is a measurable and verifiable travelers' health assurance and recognition award for tourism entities. The Ministry of Health and the Premier's Office both recognize the importance of moving this program forward in order to ensure that its investments bear fruit. More recently, CARPA has held its sensitization meetings with the Ministry of Health and the BVI Tourist Board to acquaint officials with the program and its benefits. Madam Speaker, we look forward to the formal launch of this program here in the Virgin Islands, which will present an opportunity to demonstrate high-level endorsement of this ongoing initiative in both the public and private sectors. As I close, Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the Caribbean Public Health Agency for its outstanding support to the territory. I also commend all our public and private sector partners that have been involved in laying the groundwork for this program, for their foresight in recognizing its potential benefits and contribution to the long-term sustainability of the tourism sector. Madam Speaker, I thank you for my second statement. Madam Speaker, I will now make my third statement, which is on the roadside cutting and cleaning by the Department of Waste Management. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to inform this Honourable House that the Department of Waste Management has resumed clearing roadside overgrowth and removing litter along the main roads on Tortola. A program that was previously discontinued in 2019 and now will be reinstated with on a full-time basis with a full complement of staff. This run of roadside cleanup started on 12th of October 2022 at Fort Hill and continued into the Hope Hill area, then into Manchester and East End and in the vicinity of the police station. The cutting crew then moved into the area of the Queen Elizabeth Bridge in an effort to ensure the road signs erected in the area were visible to drivers and pedestrians. From the 31st of October to the 10th of November, brush removal and cleanup services were carried out in the area of Soldiers Hill into King Garden Bay. Beginning on the 14th of November, the cutting crew started working along the main roads in the Mayors, Windy Hill, Charwell, and Ballast Bay area. Madam Speaker, information has been disseminated to the community by way of public notices issued through the Government Information Service. I encourage everyone to stay tuned for further announcements as sanitation crews progress to other areas of the territory. Madam Speaker, I encourage the motoring public and pedestrians to remain alert and exercise caution in these areas. I appeal to the motorists to be on the lookout for road signs erected in areas where works are active at which point they should hang their hands and alert roadside crews of their approach. In closing, I wish to commend the staff of the Department of Waste Management for their continued hard work and dedication towards making our territory cleaner, safer, and healthier. And Speaker, I will now read my fourth and final statement for the day, and this is an update on the Joes Hill housing development. Madam Speaker, I would like to, at this time to provide an update on the Joes Hill housing development project being undertaken by the Social Security Board. Honourable members may recall that in April 2021, the then Minister with responsibility for Social Security, Honourable Vincent Wheatley, explained the background and advised this Honourable House of the status of this project. At that time, the Honourable Member reported that the project, which includes 25 buildings comprising of 52 residential units plus a commercial rental space, was nearing completion a full year ahead of schedule under the design-build agreement with James Taubman Construction Limited that was signed in May of 2020. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to inform this House that the construction phase of the project is substantially complete, and the contractor officially handed over the keys to the Joes Hill Manor estate to the Social Security Board on the 15th of June, 2022. The units are a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom condos, single-family homes, and townhouses to be sold at fair market value to qualifying first-time home owners who would occupy the property as their primary residence. Financing for the individual mortgages can be accessed through the banks operating in the territory. The Social Security Board has since embarked on a 3-step applicant selection process comprised of verification, pre-approval, and final selection procedures. Persons who had responded to previous calls for applications were contacted and requested to undergo a verification process, and verified applicants were invited to attend a homeowners workshop that was held on the 18th of October 2022 at the H.L. Stout Community College. The aim of the workshop was to provide prospective home buyers with the pertinent information needed to evaluate the purchase decision. Presentations were made on money management, sales and purchase agreement, restrictive covenants, and homeowners associations, and there was a panel discussion on the mortgage process. The homeowners workshop was attended by 132 prospective home buyers and featured information booths from all commercial banks in the territory. The banks gave an indication of concessions they would be offering to qualified applicants, and prospective homeowners were encouraged to examine the various offers to determine the financing arrangements most suitable to their individual needs. That event marked the culmination of the phase 1 of the application selection process. Phase 2 of the selection process has now commenced and requires the verified applicants that remain interested to seek pre-qualification for financing from the bank of their choice. Site visits to the property are also being conducted during this phase. Madam Speaker, the procedure to be applied in phase 3 from the allocation of homes will primarily depend on the actual number of applicants that are pre-qualified for the bank financing. At the end of November 2022, if there are more pre-qualified applicants than available units in a particular category based on size and style of unit selected, then a randomized selection procedure may become necessary in order to ensure transparency in allocation of those units. Thereafter, each selected applicant will be allowed up to 90 days to finalize a mortgage and complete the property purchase transaction. Madam Speaker, in closing, I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge and thank the individuals and entities involved in bringing this project to this stage, including the board of directors, management and staff of the Social Security Board, the project manager, Mr. Dion Stout of Stu Enterprises Limited, the general contractor, James Tallman of Construction Limited, and the Ministry of Communication and Works for its role in completing the associated public utilities and for infrastructure projects. I also wish to commend all the persons that submitted applications, the commercial banks, other implementing partners, and the community at large for their keen interest in this project. We look forward to the continued support towards the successful sale of the housing units. This will be important not only for the replenishment and long-term sustainability of the Social Security Fund, but also for the stability of the 52 homes, the 52 households that will finally be able to accomplish their dream of home ownership at the Joes Hill Manor. Madam Speaker, I thank you, and that's my fourth and final statement.
Thank you. I now call upon the Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs and Sports, Honorable Shari Di Castro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to update this Honorable House and the entire territory about the Ministry's commitment to continuous professional development for educators to support the development of skills, the expansion of knowledge, and the efficacy of instruction. The theme for the 2022-2023 school year is Virgin Islands Education Moving Full Steam Ahead. The annual Summer Institute was held during the week of 29th August to 2nd September 2022 to usher in the new school year. During this week, 500 educators from both public and private schools across the territory engaged in a week of professional development that focused on attaining the best learning outcomes for students by empowering educators to create relevant and tailored instruction by using data to make modifications to academic programs and teaching techniques. Madam Speaker, with improved student achievement as the main goal, the 18th to 20th of October 2022 also provided additional professional development with a focus on teacher collaboration and planning. The objectives covered included the Virgin Islands Literacy Program, construction of effective classroom centers, and positive behavioral management. The early identification and support of students with learning needs is critical in order to provide interventions at increasing levels of intensity to expedite the rate of learning. The creation of teaching and learning resources also supports the effective teaching of subject content and concepts. Taking a proactive approach to discipline that aims to promote positive behavior and create positive school environments ultimately improves school climate as well as student achievement. Madam Speaker, another impactful training opportunity has been the Excellence in Teaching Professional Development series that started on the 25th of October and will run until 18th November 2022. The Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports has partnered with the Institute of Education at the H. Laverty Stout Community College to facilitate sessions on STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, assessments through measurement and evaluation, special education, and workshops for new teachers. These sessions have been planned to benefit educators across the territory in Tortola, Virgin Gorda, Jos Van Dyke, and Anegada. The effective leadership and coaching sessions intended for new principals and aspiring principals will begin in January of 2023. Madam Speaker, I am extremely proud of the impact of the professional development sessions thus far for the 2022-2023 school year. At this time, I wish to thank all the facilitators who have played an integral role in the effective execution of these sessions and support the improvement of the quality of education in the territory. Madam Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to share the continuous work being done to upskill the administrative and teaching staff in our schools. This is all in an effort to improve the system by developing the capacity of educators, which positively impacts student achievement. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs, and Sports remains committed to creating opportunities for professional development of educators in the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, I'll give an update also on the Student Information Systems Power School. Madam Speaker, Power School is the student information system program used by the Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs, and Sports to digitize and store students' data. Power School is an internet-based student information system that is used in our public schools. It functions either independently or with other computer applications to provide educators with robust tools for viewing, storing, and retrieving student data. Madam Speaker, Power School tracks student records and progress. School administrators and teachers enter the data into the system where it is stored and can then be accessed by running searches and reports. Parents can monitor their children's progress, access course outlines, determine assignment schedules, and learn about school activities. The information managed by Power School includes grades, attendance records, school schedules, class schedules, graduation progress, credit recovery data, community service, daily bulletins, and citizenship. Madam Speaker, this school year, the Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs, and Sports has continued the execution of its mandate of digitization through the implementation of special data capture add-ons to capture data to inform graduation plan progress, credit recovery, summer school programs, and community service from grades 4 to 12. Madam Speaker, these add-ons will help to further enhance the education ecosystem through technology that connects students, teachers, administrators, and parents with the shared goal of improving student outcomes. Madam Speaker, the next area of advancement will be the Unified Classroom Special Program, which will give the capability to track the data to improve student outcomes in special education, as well as the community service application designed to allow students to input their community service activities directly into Power School for verification and approval. Additionally, steps are being taken to give the alternative secondary education program access to Power School. Madam Speaker, Power School has been used for many years in the education system. However, the additions this year will ensure improved accuracy and accountability in the aforementioned key areas. Madam Speaker, this is all in an effort to improve the system by effectively monitoring, evaluating, and reporting on areas such as enrollment, attendance, learning, instruction, grading, assessments, and analytics, all in one unified platform. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my next statement will be an update on Innovation Week 2022. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to update this Honorable House and the territory on Innovation Week 2022. The Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs, and Sports is committed to redesigning and reimagining the concept of education to meet the needs of diverse students in our classrooms and schools. In this digital age, students need an education with different approaches and strategies that will adequately prepare them for a global competitive workforce. Innovation within the classrooms equips students with 21st century skills and provides a deeper understanding of the concepts taught. Children are significantly better off with strong science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics skills. This is why STEAM education programs are so important. Madam Speaker, with that in mind, the Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports hosted Innovation Week 2022 from November 7th to 11th, 2022 under the theme Virgin Islands Education Moving Full Steam Ahead. The scheduling of the week coincided with International STEAM Day, which is celebrated internationally on 8 November annually. The Innovation Week Expo was held at the Save the Seed Energy Center in Duff's Bottom. Each school in the territory, both public and private, was invited to bring a cohort of students from grades 3 to 8 on the day designated, Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. Madam Speaker, the center was transformed into STEAM zones, and each station exposed students to various forms of innovation, creation, collaboration, critical thinking, problem solving, and other STEAM-focused activities. Students move between stations and utilize their problem solving and critical thinking skills to complete the prepared activities. Students explored STEAM through robotics, engineering, 3D printing, creative arts, chess, and critical thinking games, puzzles, and mazes. Madam Speaker, this week also aroused curiosity as well as increased interest in the upcoming science fair scheduled for March 2023, which will also promote STEAM. There were also sessions for principals, education officers, and teachers who have committed to being STEAM ambassadors in our schools. Madam Speaker, during the week, varied STEAM challenges were released to schools daily. This gave the opportunity for all students in all schools to engage in STEAM-focused, project-based learning. On Friday, 11th November, there was a STEAM Expo which showcased the activities and projects that students and schools engaged in during the week. The exhibition was open to the general public. I take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to thank all the individuals who came out in support of the STEAM Expo, as it was very well attended. The energy in the room was visible and palpable, and the excitement on the faces of all stakeholders further proved that the use of experiential and exploratory learning in schools through STEAM is vital to the continued advancement of education in the territory. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports will continue to emphasize the use of STEAM techniques and resources within the classrooms as we move full steam ahead. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My final statement will be an update on works at the Inez Adams and Francis Letson Primary Schools to house the students of the Altes Gatliff Primary School. Madam Speaker, you will recall that with the closure of the Altes Gatliff Primary School on June 16, 2022, the Ministry of Education moved with haste to find the best solution to house the students of that school to enable education continuity. It was proposed and announced by the Ministry of Education that the best solution was to use the spaces available at the Inez Adams Primary School and Francis Letson Primary School to house the students as long as we were able to get the spaces rehabilitated and retrofitted. Madam Speaker, I take this opportunity to recognize Unite BVI, who was gracious to provide the funding necessary for the rehabilitation and retrofitting of the two schools, and work started in earnest to get this done in as short a time as possible. Madam Speaker, today I'm happy to give an update on the progress of these two schools. The concrete slab in the central courtyard at the Francis Letson Primary School has been installed, which gives the school a better place to meet for assembly and other gatherings. New AC units have been installed in several rooms. The replacement of external doors are being manufactured, and we are awaiting a delivery date. The contractor is also reviewing the logistics of replacing the damaged windows. Madam Speaker, at the Inez Adams Primary School, the finishing and electrical works in all classrooms on the top floor were successfully completed, enabling all students to be housed under one roof, effective yesterday, Monday, 14th November, 2022. Madam Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Unite BVI for their financial support in this endeavor that has benefited our students and teachers greatly. I also express gratitude to the project manager, BCQS, and to the contractor at the Enos Adams Primary School, Mr. Dion Stout, for his remarkable dedication to this project, which was completed 1 month before the projected timeline. Madam Speaker, yesterday during the assembly at the Enos Adams Primary School, a ceremony was held to acknowledge the completion of the second floor and the reintegration of students into full-day learning in their individual classrooms. Madam Speaker, ensuring that our students and teachers are housed in a safe and healthy space is a priority of the Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs, and Sports, and we will do all that we can to ensure that this is true for all schools in our territory. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to give those statements to this Honorable House and the wider territory. Thank you.
Thank you. At this juncture, I wish to indicate that I have received notice from the Minister for Natural Resources and Labor, Honorable Melvin Turnbull, indicating that he is out of the territory on travel duty. I now call upon the clerk.
Item number 6, presentation of papers.
I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance to lay his documents.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table the following documents: Statutory Instrument 2022, number 95, a proclamation by the Governor under Section 83(1) of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, appointing the time and place at which the 8th sitting of the 4th session of the 4th House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands shall be held. National Bank of the Virgin Islands Annual Report 2020. Virgin Islands Recovery and Development Agency Annual Report 2020. Virgin Islands Recovery and Development Agency audited financial statements for the year ended December 31st, 2020. Virgin Islands International Tax Authority Annual Report 2021. NAMLAC's 2021 Annual Report, 2022 Mid-Year Medium Term Fiscal Update, Virgin Islands Proliferation Financing Risk Assessment 2022. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 7, notices of motions given orally.
Thank you. I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance to give notice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I will seek leave to move the motion standing in my name under item number 9.1, Roman numeral 1 through Roman numeral 4, under order of the day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I call upon the territorial member, Honorable Carvin Malone, to give notice.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I would seek leave to ask the question standing in my name under item 8, Roman numeral 1 and 2, on the order of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 8, questions and answers to questions.
Thank you. I call upon the territorial member, Honorable Carvin Malone.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I ask the question to the Premier. Madam Speaker, as the final term of the RDA is scheduled to expire on 31st December 2025 and resultantly has been instructed not to accept any new projects, would the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please issue a complete listing of approved projects by the agency and provide A, a listing of projects completed, B, a listing of projects in progress together with the estimated completion date, and C, a listing of projects in the planning stages together with estimated commencement and completion dates.
Territorial at-large opposition member for his question. Madam Speaker, a total of 38 projects have been completed by the RDA thus far under the following subsectors: roads, education, water and sewage, good governance, renewable energy, pride and cultural identity, tourism, waste and debris management, housing, security and safety, seaports and environmental protection. The projects completed thus far are as follows: Ballast Bay, Windy Hill. These are as it pertains to roads. Great Mountain 1 and 2, Hope to Sabbath Hill, Little Dix Hill, Bob's Gas Station, Fish Bay, Long Trench, and in education, the projects are as follows: Elmer Stout High School demolition, Elmer Stout High School temporary classrooms, CTL improvements, Brigado Flax Junior School internal walls, Brigado Flax Educational Center. Under water and sewage, the projects are as follows: Carrot Bay Reservoirs and metering, Longbush Reservoirs and metering, Zion Hill Reservoirs and metering. Under good governance, I'm not sure why this is good governance, but perhaps under the Deputy Governor's office, perhaps. We have the Theodore Faulkner Administration Building on Anegada, Flax Administration Building on the Valley, Virgin Gorda, John George Administration Building in North Sound. We also have the Albert Shinnery Administration Building in Jas Van Dyke, and the Flax Administration Building, I think, cleaning. We also have Estate House 1. Under renewable energy, we have Leonora Delville Primary School receiving solar panels. Also Ivan Dawson Primary School, the Jas Van Dyke Clinic, Enos Adams Primary School, and also Francis Letsom Primary School. The Virgin Gorda Sports Complex as well. That's sports. The heading here says pride and cultural identity. Under tourism, we have a project that took place at Virgin Gorda at the Bats. Under waste and debris management, there's a special debris clearance project and a dismantling of the incinerator project. Under housing, temporary housing project was done, also a housing repair project, housing repairs. Under security and safety, we had the Road Town Police Station, there's a project done. VG Police Station, additional repairs. The VG Police Barracks, Under seaports, we have the sea markers were done. Under environmental protection, a marine survey was done. Madam Speaker, the list of projects in progress with estimated completion dates are as follows. Elmer Stout High School, November 2022. Asphaltic Works, November 2022. Off-grid power boxes, December 2022. Joss Van Dyke Educational Facility, Primary School, August 2023. Marine Shore Base, September 2023. Anegada Recreation Grounds, December 2022. Ao Shirley Recreation Grounds, December 2025. Madam Speaker, the projects that are currently in the planning and procurement stages with estimated commencement and completion dates are as follows. 1. West End Ferry Terminal. Will start July 2023 and estimated completion is December 2025. The Halls of Justice, estimated mid-2023 and completion December 2026. Waste Management Solutions, Incinerator Upgrade and Landfill Relocation, July 2023, completed December 2026. Estlin Henley Richel Special Needs Learning Center, started April 2023, or starting April 2023, completed December 2025. Terence B. Lettsome International Airport Expansion Concept, started June 2022, estimated completion December 2026. Isabella Morris Junior School, still to be determined when that will begin and be completed. National Cultural Center Archives, Library and Museum Concept and Project Implementation. It's estimated to start in March 2023 and be completed December 2026. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the Premier. Do you have an immediate copy of that electronically or print?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I can send it.
Fine, thank you. I'm pleased with the list of works completed and the ones contemplated by the agency, because I know they have been hard at work. So it's just to those persons who had asked questions as to whether all the projects will be done by 2025. We do have about 3 of them slated for completion by December 2026. Would this indicate then that the contracts will be extended for another year, or they will be undertaken by another agency?
Madam Speaker, as directed by Cabinet, the Premier's office is currently in discussions with the RDA and, of course, with my colleagues in Cabinet and caucus about what the RDA is to become. So this particular agency will not go beyond what Cabinet has stipulated, but perhaps with the agreement of caucus and Cabinet and other relevant agencies of government, another agency would complete them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Details of that will follow. Thank you very much. Question number 2, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, would the Honorable Premier and Minister for Finance please confirm that full funding of all approved projects to be completed by December 2025 by the RDA have been sourced and are being or are being sourced, and if applicable, provide a listing of the projects that are the projects that are partially funded and projects requiring new and, might I add, additional funds.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Territorial at-large opposition member for his question. In questions 1B and 1C, I would have just provided a complete listing of approved projects with the support of the RDA. None of the 4 approved projects to be completed by December 31st, 2026 are partially funded at this time. These projects have not yet commenced, and as such, no specific funding request was made for these projects beyond what would be required for planning purposes. As a legal requirement, the RDA receives its entire project funding via the Virgin Islands Recovery Trust, a facility that was set up specifically to hold and to distribute to the RDA all funds related to its recovery and development obligations. To date, this fund has received funds from the development and consolidated funds of the government of the Virgin Islands, the Caribbean Development Bank Rehabilitation and Reconstruction Loan, the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office of the UK government, and corporate and private donors. Madam Speaker, in terms of projects requiring new funding, the 4 projects identified for completion by December 31st, 2026 have all been included in the RDA's financial forecast. We do have engineers' estimates for their implementation, and the Ministry of Finance has included these in their financial projections. This is an essential part of the development of a medium-term fiscal plan and the work that is required to produce it. Let me say here that the progressive funding of the Trust Fund for government-sponsored projects, Madam Speaker, has been the practice in order to facilitate our current cash management requirements and maintain liquidity on a continuous basis. Until the projects now in the planning stages are approved for commencement, the funds required to complete those projects will not be fully committed. And just to say, Madam Speaker, all the projects listed are of paramount importance to the government, and we will be in full discussions with Cabinet and the members of the House in terms of our funding strategies moving forward. Madam Speaker, once estimates are confirmed and funding is identified, the projects will commence. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I'll have to borrow from the House Prime Minister questions. So is the answer no, no funding, partially or otherwise, are in hand for some of these projects?
Madam Speaker, funding for these projects is still being identified.
Okay.
Thank you.
Would the Honourable Minister indicate, since they have been listed under questions 1, approximately how much funding would have to be raised? They've been identified, but how much funding will have to be raised for completion of these projects? So, because I became encouraged by the listing of some. How much funding will have to be raised in order to get these projects completed? If they were all, they're all valuable, they're all critical, how much funding will have to be raised? 50 million, 100 million? What's the amount?
Speaker, the projects which have properly been costed, I can provide that information to the member subsequent to this sit-in. The other projects, there are other projects which will still have to be costed. And once they're costed, the information can be provided. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well, Madam Speaker, in that the House will be prorogued soon, I believe, then I can bring it back as a substitute question so that I can be assured that the answers will forthcoming. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I call upon the territorial member, Honorable Carvin Malone.
Madam Speaker, I have just a few questions. Minister for Health. Madam Speaker, would the Honourable Minister for Health and Social Development please provide a complete listing of capital projects approved and undertaken by the BVI Health Authority during the period 2015 through 2022, inclusive of contractors, contract sums, scope of works, commencement, and completion dates?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll happily answer the members' questions in kind. Madam Speaker, a list of all capital projects undertaken by the BVI Health Services Authority during the period 2015 to 2022 has been circulated in advance to the member to facilitate his follow-up questions. The document includes the contractors' names, contract sums, and the scope of works, along with respective commencement and completion dates, as requested by the territorial member. Madam Speaker, but for the benefit of the House, the list is short enough for me to list out each contract and the subsequent and requisite information. Firstly, the imaging unit internal outfit, building and improvement, contractor James Taubman Construction Limited. The amount was $787,430.90. This commenced September 2015 and was completed July 2017. Number 2, hospital repairs, construction of roof and windows, Annex A, surveys and schematic designs, building and improvement, James Taubman Construction Limited and Stu Enterprises. James Taubman Construction Limited with the amount of $1,117,500. This commenced April 2019 and was completed in January 2020. And the contract for Stu Enterprises, the amount was $46,258. This commenced April 2019 and was completed on June 2020. Number 3, Iris O'Neill Clinic, landscape of Iris O'Neill Clinic, category building and improvement, Mackenzie Enterprises Limited for the sum of $22,000, started at October 2019 and finished February 2020. Field Hospital, 40-bed capacity. This was part of the building improvement sector. It was purchased from WS Acquisitions LLC in the amount of $496,497.55. Process started January 2022 and finished January 2022. Something's wrong with that date, but I'll get back to that. Other contracts, NPH Contractor Works, Social Services, Building Improvement, Stu Enterprises, I believe these were designs, $34,362.33, February 22 to June 2022. NPH Contract Works, CPU, Building Improvements, Stu Enterprises, $23,709.69, October 2014 to June 2015. NPH Flip Floor Interior Designs, Building and Improvement, Stu Enterprises, $10,000, started April 2017 and finished on May 2017. System repair, including site preparation, building and improvement, Soberfill Construction Limited in the amount of $35,201 started August 2021, and was completed May 2022. Additional projects: Roton Clinic, fourth floor Old Peebles renovation. It's a work in progress. The contractor was Quality Construction and KM Construction for the amount of $1,186,114.02. It started on July 2020. Redesign of Roton Clinic says listed as a work in progress. Stu Enterprises, again, these were designs, $13,225, started on May 20th. Service Fees Hospital exterior, also a work in progress. Stu Enterprises, $700, started on November 2021. Outpatient Pandemic Isolation Ward, second floor of Peebles Hospital, the Old Peebles Hospital for the OB Clinic renovation. It's listed as a work in progress. Contractor Metro Construction Limited for the amount of $1,518,005.09. Started November 2020. Design for outpatient clinic, again work in progress. The contractor was Stu Enterprises. The contract amount was $6,625, and that commenced on January 2021. The laboratory expansion, the laboratory renovation, listed as a work in progress. Caribbean Environmental Restoration in the amount of $871,450.20. This started on November 2020. Service Fees Lab renovation, work in progress. Designs were done by Stu Enterprise in the amount of $6,475. Started in February 2021. Other capital projects: fifth floor architectural designs, again work in progress. Stu Enterprises, $960. Started February 21. Service Fees Lobby, work in progress. Stu Enterprise, $1,650. November 21. Service Fees Hospital Laundry, work in progress. Stu Enterprise, $200. November 21. Old People's Access Stairs and Lift, work in progress. AEC Consultancy Engineer Limited, these are for the designs, $4,500 and $500, and it started in January 2022.
Thank the Minister very much for the comprehensive listing. Just to the Iris O'Neill Clinic, the substantive building cost, that was before 2015, and the reason why it's not listed here now, I see that we have the landscape part of it. You can check it and then we'll see. Sorry, go ahead.
I think you have a separate question to that, Minister. It's question 5. So I'll have to answer that question 5.
Okay, great. Yeah. Okay, beautiful. Okay, and I think there are any other questions. So I would say thank you very much for the first question. Madam Speaker, question number 2. Madam Speaker, would the Honorable Minister for Health and Social Development please provide a complete listing of properties purchased by the BVI Social Security Board during the period 2011 through 2022 for the purpose of development/investment of affordable homes, inclusive of owners, dates purchased, valuation amounts, and purchase prices. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for his question. Madam Speaker, a full listing of properties purchased by the Social Security Board over the period 2011 through 2022 for the purpose of housing development has been circulated to the member. The list includes names of former property owners, the dates on which the property were purchased, the valuation amounts, and purchase prices as requested by the territorial member. Madam Speaker, it's a very extensive list, and I hasten to read all them out, but I will try my best to read them out in the House so that it's a formal record of this Honorable House, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, description, log trench, date purchase, 4th of July, 2016. You need the parcel. I wouldn't read the parcel information. I don't think that was part of the question, was it? No. The seller was Carleen Penn. The acreage is 3.923 acres. The appraisal price by the buyer was $685,000. The appraised value was $685,000, and the purchase price was $705,000. Long trench again. Date purchase 26th of January 2017. It's GD&G Investment Limited. It's 9.699 acres. The buyer's appraisal price was $1.335 million. The appraised value was $1.335 million, and the purchase price was $1,690,000. Towers, date purchase 30th of June 2016. The seller was Clarence Thomas Limited. The acreage was 4 acres, and the buyer's appraisal was $325,000. The appraised value was $325,000, and the purchase price was $325,000. Towers, purchased 30th of June 2016, Clarence Thomas Limited, acreage 2 acres. The buyer's appraisal was $175,000. The appraised value was $175,000, and the purchase price was $175,000. Apple Bay, 23rd of November 2016, Luxury Finishes and Interiors Limited, 21 acres. The seller's appraisal was $3.064700. $3,064,700, and the buyer's appraisal was $2.5 million, and the appraised value was $2,782,350, and the purchase price was $2,750,000. Josiah's Bay, purchased on 25th of January 2017. The seller was George Lewis Smith and Errol Wusteen Smith. The acreage was 7 acres. The buyer's appraisal value was $855,000. The appraised value was $85,000, and the purchase price was, $855,000 was the buyer's appraisal value. The appraised value was $855,000, and the purchase price was $805,000. I apologize for, I don't normally see those large numbers. Apple Bay, purchased on the 25th of January 2017 from Eugenie Donovan Glasgow, James Daniel Donovan, deceased. The acreage was 8.5 acres. The buyer's appraisal was $755,000. The appraised value was $755,000, and the purchase price was $755,000. Spooners, 11th of April 2017. The sellers were Charles Ward Barkley, Valak, Neil C. Valak, Clive Stephen Valak, Paul R. Valak, Lynn Hazel Valak, and Cyril G. Valak. The acreage was 21.849 acres. The buyer's appraisal value was $2,201,000. The appraised value was $2,201,000, and the purchase price was $2,481,958. South Sound, 21st of April 2017 was purchased. L.U. Rudolph Reimer, 10 acres. The seller appraisal value was $950,000. The buyer's appraisal value was $2 million, and the appraised value was $1,474,905, and the purchase price was $1 million. McNamara Estate, purchased on the 28th of April 2017, Upper McNamara Estate Company Limited, 7.4 acres. The buyer's appraisal was $1.5 million. The appraised value was $1.5 million, and the purchase price was $1.5 million. George's North Side, bought on the 29th of November 2018. Bevi Red Cross, 34.06 acres. The seller's appraisal was $4,250,000, and the buyer's appraisal was $3 million. The appraisal value was $3,625,000, and the purchase price was $3,010,000. Joe's Hill, purchased on the 4th of July 2016. Laurel Thomas was 2.268 acres. The seller's appraisal was $366,000. The buyer's appraisal, $366,000. The buyer's appraisal was $245,000, and the appraised value was $305,500. The purchase price was $360,000. Joe's Hill, purchased on the 4th of July 2016. Otis Barronville. The acreage was 2.268 acres. The seller's appraised value was $366,000. The buyer's appraisal was $245,000. The appraised value was $305,500, and the purchase price was $360,000. We are almost to the end. Joe's Hill, purchased on the 4th of July 2016. Seller, Erla Wilkinson, 0.25 of an acre. Seller's appraisal, $49,000. Buyer's appraisal, $20,000. Appraised value, $34,500, and the purchase price was $49,000. Joe's Hill, purchased on the 21st of February 2017. Carleen Penn, 1.2 acres. The buyer's appraisal was $235,000. The appraised value was $235,000, and the purchase price was $280,000. Joe's Hill, 4th of July 2016. Seek out, and the seller was Eugene Austin Pickering, deceased. The acreage was 2.268, and the purchase price was $360,000. Total acreage purchased was 137.695 acres. The average appraised cost was $16,593,755, and the actual purchase amount was $16,605,958. That completes the end of the list.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, to the Minister, would it be safe to say that the territory has an adequate supply of land for affordable homes in the future through the purchase of 138 acres of land as listed here? Sorry, would this all be used for affordable homes?
Let me just to, because there are two questions there.
In one.
Which one do you want to ask for?
Just, if you could just separate the two, please. Thank you.
Would the purchase of the 138 acres of land assure that we have enough land for affordable homes in the future?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To answer the member's question, the purpose of the land was purchased to do affordable housing. Well, I wouldn't call it affordable housing, but to develop a home development program in the territory. So I haven't seen anything that said that the intention has changed from the Social Security Department. So I would have to assume that that's still the case.
I wouldn't go there. Question number 3. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, now that the housing development project at Joes Hill is deemed fully completed and being marketed, would the Honorable Minister for Health and Social Development please provide the complete development details of this project, inclusive of land costs, design fees, legal fees, program management costs, contractors, building construction costs, infrastructural costs, and all other relevant costs not specified above?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I'll kindly answer the member's question. Madam Speaker, the total costs expended by the Social Security Board on the housing development project at Joes Hill, inclusive of 52 housing units and a commercial space, as of the 31st of October 2022, is surmised as follows. Contractors' fees, James Starban Construction Limited, $23,407,035.18. This is 87.78% of the cost. Land purchase, $1,409,000, which is 5.28% of the cost. Architecture and designs, which is $630,767, which is 2.37% of the cost. Project management fees, which is $350,000, 1.31% of the cost. Materials and contractor fees for the National Sewage Project, $423,411.29, which is 1.59% of the cost. JL Development termination of contract, which is $185,000, 6.69% of the cost. Landscaping, $109,166.07, which is 0.41% of the cost. Insurance, $90,000, which is 0.34% of the cost. Legal survey fees, $28,022, which is 0.11% of the cost. Appraisal fees, $26,700, which is 0.1% of the cost. And miscellaneous, which is $7,803.48, which is 0.03% of the cost, with a grand total of $26,666,905.02.
Thank the honourable member for provision of the answers given. Madam Speaker, this is not a substantive question, it's just to cross-reference. Okay, let me ask a question. The land purchase here, is it included in the properties purchased, the list that you give in answer number 2?
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would assume so, Madam Speaker. That's where the property was developed and built, unless there's excess land somewhere in Joe Hill that we purchased. I assume that's the property which the project was built upon.
Also give me a copy of the answers on that.
Yeah, you will have a copy of the answers.
Question number 4, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, would the Honorable Minister for Health and Social Development please state how many sales of units at the Social Security Joe's Hill Housing Development projects have been finalized? And further, A, please identify if the units are offered and are being offered to first-time homeowners only, and B, are considerations being given to persons wishing to purchase units for investments purposes only?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, none of the housing units developed by the Social Security Board have been sold to date. Applicants who have been verified are actively seeking pre-qualification for financing from the banks of their choice as part of the board's selection process. A, answer to 4A, Madam Speaker, the housing units are indeed being offered exclusively to first-time homeowners as a qualifying condition at this time. In answer to 4B, Madam Speaker, the short answer to the question is no. Measures are being put in place to prevent homes from being purchased or used for investment purposes. Property covenants will require the units to be occupied by homeowners as their primary place of residence, and would also regulate any subsequent renting, leasing, or disposal of the units by homeowners in accentuating circumstances. Extenuating circumstances.
Yes.
That's the Eastern tongue kicking.
Madam Speaker, there was an exhaustive listing mentioned of persons making applications, so I would trust that the first-time home owners will have an opportunity to do this. So, of the listing given, are you aware of how many persons are going through the process now in terms of securing the funding required?
Madam Speaker, that's a subsequent question the member is asking, and I don't want to hazard a guess and misrepresent this House with unfactual information. So if the member wants me to get that information at a later stage, I could get that for you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, question 5. Madam Speaker, now that the first phase of the Nurse Iris O'Neill Medical Center has been opened and is fully operational, would the Honorable Minister for Health and Social Development please provide the development details of this project, inclusive of design fees, legal fees, program management costs, contractors, building construction costs, infrastructural costs, and all other relevant costs not specifically mentioned, and further, provide a listing of services now being offered at the medical center, provide a listing of additional services envisaged to be offered, C, provide a timetable for the commencement and completion of the second floor of the new building, and D, list the services envisaged to be provided on the second floor of the new building.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this one is a mouthful, and I crave the House patience as I try to respond as respectful as I can. Madam Speaker, the expenditure incurred by the Ministry of Health and Social Development in executing the new Nurse Iris O'Neill Medical Center project is summarized as follows. Architecture and design, the vendor A.R. Potter and Associates Limited for architectural design and construction supervision services for the new Iris O'Neill Medical Facility, $342,241.88. Other professional services, vendor BCQS International, quantity surveying services and preparation of contract documents, $246.48, $256,488, sorry. Consulting services, Caribbean Engineer Alliance, consulting services to ensure project deliverables conform to international building codes, 2003 to 2009, AIA standards for healthcare, as well as the BVI building codes as specified by the designs provided by A.R. Potter and Associates. The amount was $57,750. Shafali Kazimbe, Clerk of Works. The amount was $129,401. Smith and Associates, Project Manager. The amount was $326,533.35. And the total amount was $770,172.35 for other professional services. The medical center total cost, the total cost of the Nurse Iris O'Neill Medical Center was $8,128,643.13. In addition, Madam Speaker, the BVI Health Services Authority expended $22,000 to landscape the grounds of the clinic. And answer to 5A, Madam Speaker, the healthcare services being provided at the Nurse Iris O'Neill Medical Center include general medical care for both adults and children, along with specialist services such as obstetrics, pediatrics, and diabetes care. Nutritional and pharmacy services are also available, and a limited range of laboratory services are being introduced. Answer to 5B. Madam Speaker, in terms of additional health services planned for the existing space, I am pleased to say that a Virgin Gorda resident is currently being trained to provide phlebotomy and laboratory technician services, which are expected to come on stream by the end of this year. The BVI HSA has also conducted training on its imaging equipment, and additional staff have been recruited to provide X-ray and some ultrasound services. Answer to 5C. Madam Speaker, subject to funding being allocated in the 2023 budget estimates, the Ministry is ready to commence the design and interior fit-out works, as well as the procurement of furnishing and equipment required to bring the second floor of the Nurse Iris O'Neill Clinic Medical Center into operation during the upcoming year. Answer to 5B. Madam Speaker, the second floor of the Nurse Iris O'Neill Clinic Medical Center is envisaged to provide a comprehensive offering of primary intervention services. Spaces will be configured to house psychotherapy, physiotherapy, and rehabilitation services, audiology and hearing services, as well as the relocation of the mental and dental services, Additionally, primary care physician and nursing services will be expanded in a new space to fully allow for the delivery of chronic disease programs, as well as the expansion of specialist services to meet the priority healthcare needs of the Virgin Gorda community. Madam Speaker, while the specific range of services may evolve over time, the rationale for all decisions regarding future expansion of the healthcare services should be guided by health needs assessments and the capacity of the health system. So just to say, just briefly, Madam Speaker, is that it's not fully functioning, and we're working to get those additional services in place for that facility.
Madam Speaker, the answer was comprehensive, and I'd like to thank the Minister for being as complete, and we will have this because, as you know, it is critical that the services be afforded at this facility. Question number 6, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, would the Honourable Minister for Health and Social Development please provide a timetable for completion of the contracted capital works at the Peebles Wing of the Dr. D. Orlando Smith Hospital, and further, A, state what additional works are required for completion of each of the projects, and B, state the opening or operational dates envisaged for each of the projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for his questions. Madam Speaker, the recent contracted works at the Major Peebles Wing of the Dr. D. Orlando Smith Hospital are substantially complete, with only a few minor items awaiting delivery and/or installation. These construction projects entail the refurbishment of the spaces in the older section of the hospital to accommodate expanded laboratory services, the Rotown Clinic, and new specialty outpatient facility. Answer to 6A. Madam Speaker, in terms of the existing contracts, the BVI Health Services Authority reports that only minor items remain to be completed. These include replacement of the laboratory door lever, as well as correction of the lock sets and installation of a nurse call system in the new Rotown Clinic area. However, Madam Speaker, I was surprised to discover that other than the new lab location, these contracts did not include the full scope of works needed to make the facilities fully functional. Essential works that are still required include refurbishment of the common lobby area, as well as the installation of a lift and stairwell to provide access to the outpatient clinic on the upper level in compliance with the modern safety and accreditation standards. And 6B, sorry, Madam Speaker, the BVI HSA expects to bring the new laboratory space into operation by the end of this year, which will be in line with the timetable for seeking certification of its laboratory services. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for the Rotown Clinic and specialty outpatient clinic facilities. As stated previously, Madam Speaker, work is still needed on the common lobby area and staircase, which entails demolition work on the existing stairwell, the installation of the new staircase with access built to accreditation standards, and the installation of a lift. The current projected cost to complete these works is $574,000 and includes the cost of procuring and installing a lift to ensure safe access to the second floor. Given the circumstances, Madam Speaker, while arrangements can be put in place to make limited use of the new Rotown Clinic space located on the lower level, in the interim, the projected dates for bringing these new facilities into full use will be determined once funding is made available to carry out the additional works required.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just one question as it relates to this. I'm not sure if it will be deemed a substantive question, but there are many friends of the BVI HSA, and I am wondering whether or not the minister would be pleased to indicate whether or not he can get these done through friends of the BVI HSA, in that the particular purpose for which these were initiated would be deemed critical, and we can steer off any other projects or any other medical emergencies that might arise.
Madam Speaker, I don't have a habit of asking friends for money when I squander mine. Madam Speaker, I think the challenge is that the project was poorly planned, poorly budgeted, and the money was poorly allocated. We went way above and beyond the specifications that were required for the clinics. We have zero temperature rooms, zero negative pressure rooms where we didn't need them, that drive the costs exponentially, when we could have used that same money to do the lobby area and do the necessary changes to make it up to spec for accreditation. So I won't be asking friends for money to fix the mismanagement that was done on the initial part during the period of 2020, 2021, when I wasn't a minister.
Madam Speaker, can I ask the minister for his actual degree in engineering and medical services, now that he is now an expert in this?
No, honorable member, if we can move on, please. Thank you.
I'll be pleased. These works were approved by medical
I'm sorry,
engineering.
honorable.
Okay,
I'm sorry,
question number seven.
Excuse me,
Madam
please.
Speaker, I promise to be
Honorable member, if we can please proceed to question 7. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, would the Honorable Minister for Health and Social Development please provide an update of the initiatives being taken to provide adequate staffing for the complete BVI Health Services Authority to ensure the delivery of services at all clinics and hospitals throughout the Virgin Islands?
Speaker, I will calmly answer question number 7. Madam Speaker, securing adequate technical and professional staffing for the BVI Health Services Authority continues to present a challenge as we compete with the rest of the world to not only recruit, but also to retain well-trained and motivated staff. Several countries have resorted to offering significant inducement, including increases in compensation and benefits and immigration incentives, in order to recruit from the market that has shrunk considerably since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. In response to those complex challenges, the following steps are being undertaken by the BVI Health Services Authority to help address staffing shortages. The BVI HSA has entered into an agreement with the Cuban Health Authority for the extended deployment of a limited number of physicians, specialists, and nursing staff for the next year. New markets for nurse recruitment are actively being explored, including Ghana, and the Philippines, as nursing shortages are the most pressing concern at this time. Retention initiatives are being reviewed by the BVI HSA the BVI HSA's board for all clinical and allied health staff to ensure that trained staff can be retained while operating within the budget limits. And staff training arrangements are being expanded in collaboration with HLSCC to provide ongoing professional development opportunities for allied health professionals and other technical staff in order to build capacity among existing staff.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, given that the shortages in the health field is a worldwide phenomenon, I would like to support the Minister in all initiatives required to retain, to train, and to seek, wherever we have to seek, the additional services or professionals needed. So, Minister, you have my full support in that, as too with any initiatives of the BVI Health Services Authority. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and the two ministers for answering the questions in a professional manner. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we will now take a recess for lunch. We will resume at 3 p.m. This House is now in recess.
Item number 9, public business. 1, government business.
Thank you. I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance to move a motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Liquor Licenses Act 2019 be read a second time. Madam Speaker, I'll now give the objects and the reasons. Madam Speaker, the legislation governing the sale or manufacture of intoxicating liquor in the Virgin Islands has been in need of update for quite some time. And through the Liquor License Act 2019, it is hoped that this Honorable House would be able to modernize the statutory framework. This bill is a product of a considerable volume of work done over the past several years. Therefore, I know it will be a relief to many persons to see that their hard work has borne fruit in the form of a modernized legislative framework. Madam Speaker, the Liquor License Act was enacted on the 11th of May, 1964. The Act governs the sale or manufacture of intoxicating liquor in the Virgin Islands, whether by wholesale or retail, by requiring that businesses, persons, or by persons in their immediate employment on their behalf be duly licensed under the Act. The magistrate is, for the purposes of the Act, in its current form, the licensing magistrate and has the primary responsibility for the granting of liquor licenses. The Act requires the licensing magistrate to hold special sittings of the Magistrates' Court on 1st June and 1st December each year for the purpose of hearing and considering applications for the sale of intoxicating liquor. Since the enactment of the Act, there have been few amendments. The last revision dates back to 1981. A lot has changed since 1981, and therefore it became clear that the law needed to be updated once again. Given the age of the Act, Madam Speaker, a special committee was appointed to review the Act and make recommendations to Cabinet for changes to the Act. The following persons were appointed to the committee in April 2014. The Attorney General, the Director of Public Prosecutions, President of the Bar Association, Commissioner of Police, a legal draftsperson, a magistrate, Permanent Secretary, Deputy Governor's Office, representative from the Governor's Office, Financial Secretary, Commissioner of Inland Revenue, Chief Fire Officer, Chief Environmental Health Officer, Chief Physical Planning Officer, and Director of Trade and Consumer Affairs, and the BVI Chamber of Commerce and Hotel Association. a very extensive list. The committee met during 2014 and submitted a report to Cabinet in 2015. Cabinet noted and accepted the recommendations in the report of the committee and instructed the Attorney General's chambers to prepare the draft bill for review and further instructions. That was several years ago. The proposed legislation has been through a thorough process as well, including consultations with stakeholders. The following are some of the major changes proposed in the Act, along with the comparison of the current provision. For the purposes of the Act, when amended, it is necessary to provide definitions for certain principal terms, such as appeal tribunal, bar, board, licensed premises, licensing days, members club, minister, nightclub, person, register, renewal of license and restaurant. This is done in Clause 2 of Part 1. Part 2 includes provisions that establish a licensing board that will manage and execute the process of issuing liquor licenses. Currently, as per Section 16, persons applying for a license are required to appear before the licensing magistrate on a licensing day, who grants the license if he or she considers that it should be granted. But under Section 4 of the proposed Act, the licensing board will be established to, among other things, receive and decide on applications for liquor licenses or renewal of liquor licenses. Presently, inspection of premises for the liquor license process is done by police officers. The new proposal under Section 7 and 8 of Part 3 is for the minister to designate suitable public officers to act as inspectors for the purpose of inspecting premises where a notice of application is made for a liquor license or where liquor is sold. The idea, Madam Speaker, is to have a team of trained inspectors to conduct the inspections, guided by the requirements of the Act. It has also become necessary to modernize the categories for liquor licenses. Under Section 4 of the current Act, the categories of licenses are retail license, wholesale license, club license, hotel license, restaurant or bar license, small dealer's license, and bar license. Section 13 of the new Act in Part 4 will add 2 new categories: small dealer's retail license and events license. The small dealer's retail license takes into consideration the disparity in the volume of alcohol sold by some retail shops. It entitles the holder to sell liquor in quantities not exceeding 2 gallons. The events license provides for special events for 1 or more days. The section also proposes that 2 new and separate categories, nightclub license and members club license, will replace the club license in the current legislation. The new categories provide further clarity to the term club. Part 5 of the proposed legislation addresses the procedure for obtaining liquor licenses. Under the current statute, the licensing magistrate hears applications on only 2 days for the year. Licenses may also be issued or subject to the governor's discretionary powers as set out in Section 25C. Section 20 of the proposed legislation provides for an increase in the number of licensing days. This will eliminate the need for temporary liquor licenses to be issued by the governor. The proposed Section 23 aims to ensure the health and safety of patrons of businesses who sell alcohol. Applicants for liquor licenses will be required to secure the requisite planning permission. This addresses issues such as the location, soundness of the building, availability of parking, and so on. They will need to present fire safety certificates, which would provide evidence of fire safety measures in place, such as marked and lighted exits, multiple and easy accessible ingress and egress, and fire extinguishers. In the case of nightclubs, additional security measures would have to be in place before the issuance of such licenses. Engagement of security officers, proper and adequate lighting inside and outside, installation of proper security cameras, and so forth. Other information may also be requested by the board. Another important issue that is addressed in the bill is the duration of the validity of licenses. In the current legislation, Section 18 provides that except for wholesale licenses, the duration for licenses is a period not exceeding 6 months. Wholesale licenses are up to 12 months. The new proposal at Section 26 is that the license period may be extended to 1 year from the date of issue. Part 7 of the bill addresses regulation of the licensed premises. For instance, Section 42(2) recommends that electronic signs be prohibited in residential areas. Madam Speaker, when we appreciate that the last amendment to the Liquor License Act was 41 years ago, it would not be surprising to note that the fee structure for liquor licenses has been frozen in time for just short of half of a century. As such, it is only prudent that there be some updating of the fees and the fee structure, as we now have some new categories of licenses being added. The new fees that would be applicable under the new legislation, we will certainly go through very carefully in committee stage. Madam Speaker, administrative penalties are addressed in part, I think that's 13, part 13, and these have also been in need of updating. Under the existing provisions, penalties are imposed by the court on summary conviction. The new proposal under Section 59(1) would allow the board to impose administrative penalties against persons who fail to comply with the requirements of the new act. The list of penalties we also will go through in committee stage very carefully. For fairness, the system must include an appeals process, and this is provided for in part 14 of the proposed legislation. Under the present statute at sections 26 and 27, appeals are made to the High Court. The new proposal, as outlined in sections 59, 60, 61, 62, and 63 of the bill, recommends an appeal tribunal to perform the function of hearing appeals that may arise from decisions of the board. The new act would not prevent a person from appealing a decision of the board before the High Court. Madam Speaker, the foregoing is a nutshell summary of the bill before us. I hope that I have been able to assist honorable members and the members of the viewing and listening public in understanding what the new liquor licensing bill seeks to achieve. I do hope that once it is approved by this honorable House, that the new legislation will facilitate the continued thriving and growth of the Virgin Islands economy and the related sectors, that it will benefit applicants with a more clear, convenient, and user-friendly system for obtaining liquor licenses, and that it will also ensure that the sale and consumption of intoxicating liquor will be done in a safe and responsible manner that respects the community. I thank all persons who work to bring this bill to this stage of the legislative process, and I ask honorable members to give it their support. Madam Speaker, in addition to this prepared statement I had given the objects and reasons, I'll just give a few additional words on the bill. Madam Speaker, this bill was transferred under the Minister of Trade. That was done by a cabinet decision in 2018. And therefore, though the Deputy Governor's office was the entity working on this bill and has done all the work up until this particular point, and in 2018, I should say, Madam Speaker, that this is when the draft legislation was presented. And this draft legislation has been in place for a number of years. I'm not quite sure why the House of Assembly is afraid to pass it. The members are afraid of the bill, it seems. But it's been around since 2018 in terms of the draft bill that went to cabinet. And at that cabinet meeting, responsibility for it was transferred to the Minister of Trade, which is myself. And of course, we know that we have a very capable junior Minister of Trade, Honorable Shireen Flax-Charles, who played a very important role in ensuring that the people were well consulted. And we were here at the last sitting of the House, and we recognized the need for the House of Assembly, to ensure that the public was well consulted on any particular piece of legislation that came to the House. And so the Deputy Speaker and Territorial at-large member, Honorable Neville Smith, combined with the Junior Minister of Trade and the Premier's office, and went near and far to ensure that persons in the community were well consulted on this bill. And I'll just stay there for a little while, Madam Speaker, and speak a little bit about the legislative process. I believe this bill has been thoroughly worked on. When I gave the objects and reasons, you would see the very prominent and important individuals who formed a part of the committee and worked on it. And we know very clearly that it was something that persons took very seriously. And we certainly thank them for all the work that they put in. And then, of course, we have to acknowledge and appreciate the Deputy Governor's office for the role in which they played, because, of course, as you know, the magistrate was the licensing entity that persons would have had to gotten their liquor licenses from. And of course, administration of the courts falls under the governor's special responsibilities. And of course, that's been delegated to the Deputy Governor's office, and therefore, he had conduct of this particular matter. And I would say did a good job in bringing us to the point where we had the draft bill. But, Madam Speaker, there was a missing component. And I think we have to take somewhat of an overall perspective on the legislative process generally. I believe that we've made strides over the years in ensuring, I know Madam AG will like this, that the laws of the Virgin Islands have become more accessible and the process has become more accessible. We have a ways to go. It came up in the Commission of Inquiry, of course. We have a ways to go, and I know it's an area that Madam AG is very passionate about, ensuring that persons have access to the laws, or else you don't have a true democracy. You do not have a true democracy if persons are ignorant of the law. They must be armed with the law, and that must inform their citizenry. And I'm grateful for Madam AG for the energy she has brought to that particular area. But the House of Assembly has a role to play, specifically in terms of our function as representatives of the people. And all ministries and departments must be respectful of the role of the House of Assembly. And the members here spoke in no uncertain terms that they believe that this bill should have more consultation. And they selected members who are familiar with the area. And Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I on an occasion am a partaker of strong drink. I don't know if I have sinned, because I read in the Bible Jesus turned water to wine so that the party could keep going. So I don't know what person's belief is as it pertains to it, but I believe everything in moderation. Everything in moderation. And they say wine good for your heart sometimes. It's made from grapes, and grapes very healthy. So every now and again, I am a partaker, just occasionally, in strong drink. And so I say that to say, Madam Speaker, it is important when you make legislation that you engage persons who are involved in the activity. Whether persons who are patrons or persons who are business owners. Of course, we know BVI Chamber of Commerce was engaged, but not every owner of a bar is engaged with the BVI Chamber of Commerce. So I was very pleased, Madam Speaker, that when I went to the meeting, the first meeting that we had, and I know the honorable members who were present and who were helping to facilitate the meeting will speak more about this. But I was very pleased to see the persons who owned bars, restaurants, persons who owned clubs came out and they were represented. And they made their views known. And it's a good practice, Madam Speaker, that we engage these persons, that we don't impose legislation on them that has a dramatic impact on their business and they're not properly engaged. So that was the missing component. And I thank my territorial at-large members for ensuring that we did not miss that particular point. And Madam Speaker, it's a good thing. It's a good thing that we did. It's a good thing that we did. Because the draft that was before us had some challenges, and I read the different sections of it. But there were persons in the community, particularly the business owners who would be impacted, who had some very strong feelings, very strong views on certain provisions of the Act as it pertains to how their business would be affected. Some of the provisions in the Act increase the cost of business exponentially. And certainly that would be of concern to anybody running an establishment. So we reviewed some of those things, and you can expect, Madam Speaker, that those things will come up in committee as proposed amendments. Also, Madam Speaker, the bill deals with things like requirements to have security cameras and security guards, which certainly creates an expense. We must say as well, Madam Speaker, it's important for us to be balanced, because while it creates some level of expense from a safety standpoint, from the standpoint of ensuring that those persons who come to your establishment feel safe and secure, and that if an incident takes place, that you have visual and recorded evidence of what took place that could assist in an investigation, that can assist to convict a criminal. Unfortunately and regrettably, we've had several persons lose their lives in establishments that serve alcohol. You know, God rest their souls. But having that camera there would have helped to be able to detect and prosecute the perpetrators of these crimes. So we have to take a balanced approach. We can't just look at the expense. Some expenses are necessary, but certainly we don't want to, make it so prohibitive that persons cannot operate their business. We also looked at issues like the types of responsibilities which are placed on the owners of the establishments, and whether the onus should be placed on them in some instances. We looked at the cost of some of the licenses and whether those costs were suitable and whether they made rational sense. We looked at some of the times, the duration for which establishments could sell liquor. And that created quite a bit of discussion and debate. And that is an issue, Madam Speaker, that brought up lots of concerns about zoning. And while this Liquor License Act doesn't deal with zoning, and it doesn't deal with noise abatement, which it came up quite a bit, so we'll perhaps have to take another look at the Noise Abatement Act. But this is completely separate to that. Most times, like when persons are at an establishment and they're buying liquor, I guess it is accompanied with music. So persons associate the two together. But that issue is an issue for the Noise Abatement Act. And the issue of zoning is an issue for our really our physical development plan. And we want to bring the physical development plan back into public space for debate, for consideration, for more discussion. But without a shadow of a doubt, zoning is a challenge. You might have a nice, quiet residential community, and someone decides that they want to open a bar right in the middle of it. And of course, it may be their land, but of course, persons in that community may feel aggrieved by it. So I believe that we have to have a much more extensive discussion, Madam Speaker, about the issue of zoning. And finally, I'll say, Madam Speaker, that I made a little joke before about partaking in strong drink. But I certainly want to make it very clear, Madam Speaker, that even in going through this legislation, we have to be very aware of the negative consequences of drinking too much alcohol. You know, and some of this comes up in the bill. When you drink too much alcohol, you are a danger to yourself and a danger to others. And I speak from experience, of course, as a young person. Sometimes you get caught up and you might drink too much, and then you see the negative consequences of that. So I certainly don't say it from a standpoint of judgment of anyone, but something that I've experienced myself. When you drink too much, you're a danger to yourself and you're a danger to others. And persons who drink too much, they can even, if they're driving, injure themselves or injure someone else, or even worse, you can kill somebody. As a society, we have to make sure that we put the mechanisms in place to ensure that we protect people from themselves and we protect the public from persons who are drinking too much liquor. And we have to educate persons about the health implications of when you drink too much alcohol, what it can do to your liver, how it could cause you to have diabetes or whatever it is. It certainly can destroy your body. We recognize and appreciate that the sale and consumption of alcohol is a part of the tourism product. It's undeniable. It's a part of a tourism product. We are a tourism destination, and persons, when they visit the BVI, or even persons in their free time who are residents, they'll drink. It's a part of the tourism product. But just as we said, everything in moderation, there is certainly a limit, and we must encourage persons to know their limits and to operate within their limits. And we must be very responsible as a society as it pertains to how we regulate the sale of alcohol. Madam Speaker, I believe I've said enough, and I'm certainly looking forward to a very robust debate among the members of the House, and I look forward to us dealing very specifically and in a detailed fashion with every single clause in the committee stage to make sure that we get this bill absolutely right. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion on the Liquor License Act 2019. And Madam Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I will give my brief contributions, seeing that the Premier covered quite a lot of the bill. I can say, though, Madam Speaker, that I don't drink or consume, the Premier said, strong drinks. I do not partake. But I stand here today, Madam Speaker, in endorsing this bill that has been around for quite some time. And as the Premier mentioned, I also want to acknowledge the honorable members that went out to the public and consulted on this bill. And it's quite a hefty bill with 15 parts to it. And you know, we appreciate them and the agencies involved, the Deputy Governor's Office and the public servants as well. Madam Speaker, as was mentioned by the Premier, when alcohol is not controlled or used in moderation, the implications, they are far-reaching. Madam Speaker, I see throughout the community some of my classmates, some of my schoolmates, the effects of using too much alcohol, what it has done to them. And as we go through this bill, Madam Speaker, I'm hoping that somewhere that, we think about the social impact of alcoholism. And Madam Speaker, I could quickly refer to a report done by Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPHA. The region of the Americas, it has the highest consumption of alcohol in the world. Alcohol consumption, especially among youth, is a major public health concern. The harmful consumption of alcohol is associated with a range of health and social consequences, including injuries, several forms of cancer, chronic liver disease, heart disease, alcohol dependence, and even domestic violence. In doing some research, Madam Speaker, in 2019, the Ministry of Health and Social Development, in collaboration with the BVI Social Security Board, they conducted its first World Health Organization and PAHO STEPS Risk Factor Survey to provide greater information on the current health habits of the residents of the BVI. Alcohol usage, particularly among young men, it was high, almost 50%. Almost 50% of men in the BVI from the age of 25 to 64, they drank alcohol, and 27% engaged in heavy drinking. The abuse of alcohol has been linked to not only the potential of non-communicable disease, but also to accidents and violence, which are other issues of concerns in the territory. Obviously, all of the risk factor indicators lead to the potential of ever-increasing incidence of non-communicable diseases among the adult population if the current trend to unhealthy lifestyle, if it's not reversed. Madam Speaker, it noted that the goal by 2032 is to reduce by 20% the number of male adults who engage in heavy episodic drinking. And the plan was to identify groups which are most at risk of unhealthy use of alcohol and identify those individuals or groups who may have the most influence with them and could be effective in supporting behavior change, develop media campaigns to encourage safe drinking and discourage high-risk drinking. Madam Speaker, I said those things to refer back to the bill in terms of the effect, the social effect that overusage of alcohol could have on a community. And it's happened on our community as it was documented. And this bill that is before us, and it's not the first time that it's here, Madam Speaker, we've debated this bill before, where it spoke to the fact that, we are now revolutionizing the process by taking it away from the magistrate court and now for the board to address approving these licenses. And Madam Speaker, as we think about more efficiency, this would benefit the business community, as previously only twice a year that liquor licenses were approved. Madam Speaker, there are 15 parts to this bill, and I would go through some stages of the bill, and the first thing that came up is the inspectors. It said, for the purpose of this act, the minister shall designate available public officers, which may include fire officers and environmental health officers, to act as inspectors. Madam Speaker, I wasn't to the public meetings as I was on duty travel, but it would be good to hear what was said about designating fire officers to act as inspectors and the environmental health officers. And I said that to say that later in the bill, it would speak to fire officers, speaking to the fire hazards and actually providing that information to the board before they are able to issue the licenses. And Madam Speaker, where we see fire officers, especially, the minister would assign one fire officer or two fire officers or the entire fire officers to be inspectors. That is something that I think should be looked at when you speak about the duties, which would include entering and inspecting the premises, and even further in the bill, speak to the inspectors and their duties, where they go and they inspect some of the alcohol as well. And I'm not sure if we have a lab in the BVI where we would go and inspect the alcohol, or I'm not sure if we have any issues with persons selling alcohol that is not, what's the word, regulated, or moonshine, you say? So I'm not sure if we have an issue with that here in the territory, but it's something that we could look at in the committee stage, Madam Speaker. Also in the bill, I know that the licenses are issued twice a year, and the licenses, I think, are for 6 months. But I'm wondering if there's a possibility, once you go through the entire process of the inspection, you already have your space, your place, where you have met all the requirements. I'm wondering if there shouldn't be some sort of similarity with a driver license, where you can have multiple years to be licensed, and your inspectors would go out and make sure that the premises maintain the standards and the requirements to be able to obtain a license, and it'd be something similar to where you can just go and renew, whether on a 2 or 3 year basis. But it's something that I'm sure would come up at some stage, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in section 20, part 5 of the bill, it speaks to the purpose where the board shall meet at such times and may be required during the year, and which days shall be referred to as licensing days. It also states that the secretary of the board will notify the public of such days, licensing days, and the requirements for application, and on such days by public advertisement in the Gazette, electronically, as may be determined by the board, and at least in one newspaper. And this should be done at least 3 months before the licensing date. Madam Speaker, you know, we're in a world now where we have social media and information is quite prevalent. So I hope the board would agree that that electronic form for advertising would be through whether a Facebook page or utilizing some of the social media platform. Madam Speaker, in section 21, it also speaks to notice for the application and so forth, but I was wondering if there shouldn't be a late application and a fee added, because having to advertise for 3 months in advance, some persons may miss, and have late application. So maybe that could be something that should be looked at for an additional fee, and the board would be able to discuss a late paper coming in. Section 26 speaks to the duration of the license, and I mentioned that it should be considered where we have license for multiple years. 27, it speaks to a license under this act shall not be granted to a person under the age of 18. I know previously persons who were 16 years of age, I think, were able to consume alcohol. I'm not sure if that is the case, but I know licenses were only granted to persons who were over the age of 21. But now it's generalized that at 18, you can get a license and I think consume at 18. So the age have changed, or is now stated in this act. And I think that is something that would need to go out there, where we speak to those establishments that actually sell alcohol to those persons who are under the age, and we would definitely need the enforcers to be out there enforcing this aspect of the law. Madam Speaker, further in the bill, I see in Part 7, Section 43, it says a holder of a bar license or nightclub license shall require his or her employee or agent in charge of the bar from which alcohol is provided or sold for consumption on the licensed premises to be certified as having completed a training program on responsible alcohol sales and service, as may be prescribed by regulations made under this act. So I'm sure if training is not required, if there would be a fee added to that, and that'll be an additional fee to the establishment, or it would be assigned to the Ministry of Health, where we have the food handler's certificate that is issued to persons who are operating establishments where they sell food. But it probably is a good idea for training for those persons that are operating the bars and the nightclubs, but it will be good to hear how that would work and what process would be put in place. I guess we have already the food handlers process that, so we may not need to reinvent the wheel with that. Madam Speaker, I heard the Premier mention also about the security. It says that in section 52.3, an inspector may, as often as he or she thinks fit, at any time during which a licensed premises may legally be open, visit and enter such premises and inspect, open, gauge, test, examine, and any cask, vessel, and packages on such premises containing or which he or she may suppose to contain such liquor, and take account of all liquor on such premises. So, Madam Speaker, there's a whole lot there. So, in this part of the bill, my question would be, are you saying that you can only have certain amount of liquor on your premises, and the inspector would make sure that your inventory is in line with what is approved, or the inspector is just going to do an observation to say if this is Hennessy or this is Courvoisier or whatever it is, sorry? So this would need to be clarified, Madam Speaker, because I'm not sure how that would fit in terms of obtaining your liquor license and what you would be able to consume if you are regulated to just sell certain types of liquor, whether it's just beer or gin or whatever it is. In section 53, I spoke of it earlier, the inspector may procure samples of liquor from a person selling, keeping or exposing the liquor for sale. So that's where I asked about the lab, if we would then be testing this alcohol, and what would be the reason for the inspector actually getting the samples of that. I remember when I was a little younger, and I watched this movie called The Untouchables with I think Elliot Ness. He was the police officer, and Al Capone, I think it was. He had that was back in the day when there was a prohibition on alcohol, back in I think the 1930s. And that was a serious thing at that time, Madam Speaker, because, you know, selling alcohol and so forth was a crime back then. And I know it's now legal. But it just goes to show where we came from. And I know after doing the research, you would see that the reason for the prohibition was based on the social impacts, but then you had the other aspect of it where persons were saying that the alcohol was necessary. So eventually it passed. And I think in that movie, Al Capone, he was arrested and charged with his bookkeeper but he was, I think, sentenced for racketeering or something, and not actually the alcohol. So, Madam Speaker, we see now this legislation where it's regulating the industry after 40 years of the last amendment to this act. Number 55, it says a licensed person shall, when required to by an inspector, point out to such inspector all the liquor on his or her premises. And again, this is in the act, and I would like to know, if there's a quota that a business should have or it shouldn't have, as to why the inspector would need to go through such a process. But I'm sure that would all be explained, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we see where the board is made up of the board is made up of an attorney at law, and obviously it's taking it from the magistrate court, who the magistrate also has to be a lawyer. So I'm presuming that they're trying to maintain that makeup where you have an attorney at law on the board, you have a representative from the tourist board, one from the Ministry of Finance, a member from the police force, someone with a social background, and I'm wondering if it's possible that we should consider having someone from maybe Festival and Fairs who have these activities annually and where consumption of alcohol is also prevalent. So that is something also to consider, Madam Speaker. And as I was going through the bill, there was something else that I think needed to be looked at, where in 16.2, the minister may, in the event of the death of a licensed person, transfer a license to the personal representative of the licensed person or to the appointee of such personal representative for the remainder or duration of the license upon such terms and conditions as he or she deems appropriate, and such transfer shall, upon payment of a transfer fee of a sum equivalent to 20% of the license fee be made by endorsement on the original license to the prescribed form. Well, I'm not a lawyer, so I think that would definitely need to be explained. So if someone dies, what happens? The fee now, there's an additional 20% based on a license that was already paid for. So that is something too, Madam Speaker, that we could look at during the committee stage. It says in section 17, where a person supplies another person with food, aerated or other drink and liquor and receives payment, the presumption that such supply of liquor was in pursuance of a contract of sale shall not be rebutted by any suggestion, allegation, or pretense that the payment was in respect of the food, aerated or other drink only. I know there are different establishments where you could eat free and you give away the drink. So that is something I guess would have to be looked at, where someone will say, you know, or the inspector would decide if this establishment is giving away drink or what takes place there. So that is something too to look at, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I take my seat, I see there's also a part where there's a logbook for disorderly conduct. And it says that you should take names. I know I frequent some of the establishments in my constituent and other places, not to consume alcohol, but maybe to socialize. But Madam Speaker, many a times, those waitresses, you know, they don't know your name. So it would be for them now to go and ask each and every person that comes into the establishment to give me a name and your number. I know we went through it with the COVID, where wherever you go, you had to leave your name and number. So I'm just wondering if that is an additional responsibility where as you walk into the establishment, you then have to, you know, sign in to say that I'm here. So that is something too the disorderly logbook would need to look at when we go to these establishments. I know some persons go to these establishments incognito, so if something happens and your name have to be published, I'm not sure how that would work, Madam Speaker. So it would be good to understand now I understand the reasoning is because of disorderly conduct and, you know, and so forth. But it would be good to see how that would work out, if that would deter persons from going to these establishments or not. But, Madam Speaker, the bill is here, and I mean, it's been drafted from, they said 2018, and we have gone through the consultation and make sure that it's fit for purpose, and we understand the industry. And Madam Speaker, earlier where I spoke about the social issues, I'm hoping that we can establish some sort of some program within our community to address those persons that are affected by the overusage of the consumption of alcohol. I'm not sure, I see the fees are increased. There are fees attached to the Act. But somewhere, Madam Speaker, that we can have where, I know in other jurisdictions there are some called AA, Alcohol Anonymous or something to that effect. But maybe we could create, I'm not sure if there's any program here, if there's any government program, but it would be good to refer persons to that government-funded agency, or if there's a private entity that you can put funds toward that. But, you know, we need to make sure that with the usage of alcohol, we use alcohol in a right manner and not overuse it. But Madam Speaker, I support the amendment, and I know when we go into committee stage, it's quite a big bill, and we will have a lot of work to do pertaining to those amendments. So, Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate. I call upon the Junior Minister for Trade and Economic Development, Honorable Shireen Flax-Charles.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise as well in support of this bill. I must say, Madam Speaker, that we were able to have a spirited and lively consultation on all 4 main islands in the Virgin Islands. I want to especially thank the minister responsible, the Honorable Premier, as well as Honorable Smith, for all the work and effort that was put in. But Madam Speaker, I also would love to thank persons from the Deputy Governor's Office in the name of Ms. Hill and Ms. Sandra Herbert. Ms. Herbert lent a different atmosphere and attitude in a very positive way to the consultations. And I wanted to publicly thank them for all of the work that they did moving around the territory so that persons were able to get a better understanding of what is the content of the bill. Madam Speaker, the public consultations showed us there's a need for business people in particular to engage with government to ensure the systems reflect their needs. And we were able to get some very good information from those persons who are in the industry, those persons who are on the ground every day within this sector of the hospitality industry. One of the things, Madam Speaker, that stuck out like a sore thumb, but in a good way, was the proposal to change the approval process of a liquor license to once per year instead of 2 times a year. It was greeted very, very well by all involved from the different islands, Tortola included. But I must tell you, from the sister island perspective, those business persons were very, very pleased, as there are times when they would have to come across to the magistrate court and stay there all day and still not be called and have to come back on another day. So those are some of the things that are positive that the persons within the industry felt good about. Yes, we did have quite a few issues going through the bill with persons at the meetings, and those will be addressed again in the committee stage to fix some of these things that was somewhat glaring in the sense that they were written without, in my opinion, the knowledge of this particular industry. So I think that a good job was done on the consultations, and I really look forward to the committee stage where we can ensure that the views of the persons who came out to the meetings, that they've heard and incorporated into the final document. I must say that I was very pleased with all of the meetings, and it was good to see so many young business owners at these meetings, a lot of entrepreneurs who, I know a lot of them when they were little kids, and they're now business people. And it is something that we want to encourage them to understand business again, to be familiar with the laws. And I like to say that I grew up in the hospitality sector, and I'll say, you know, it's an inside joke for us, but I will let it out here. I was born about 12 feet from a bar, so I think that my family has been in the business for many, many years, and so I have a good idea of what the business sector feels. So important, Madam Speaker, that we consult with the public on all that we do. And this bill will affect the common man more so, and the small businesses. While we have many big businesses, supermarkets, major hotel properties and the like that sell alcohol, we have many pockets around the BVI where we have bars and restaurants. And we have to make it easier for our business people to be able to do business in the BVI. And this is one step in the right direction, Madam Speaker, to ensure that we, as a House, as elected members, focus on our small businesses and entrepreneurs as we move ahead with bills in this House. And so, Madam Speaker, I would once again just like to thank everyone involved, and we hope to have spirited discussions in the committee stage and come up with a bill that will be suitable for all involved, because it is not about us, Madam Speaker. It is about the people in the community, the persons who engage in this industry. And yes, we have to consume alcohol in moderation, and you have to do almost anything in moderation, because they say too much of anything isn't good for you. So I do agree that we would have to put some sort of a plan in place. I do believe, I know that on Virgin Gorda there is Alcoholics Anonymous, and I'm sure that it is something that we need to look at, because some people are not as strong as others. And we just need to ensure that there's balance as we move ahead, because, Madam Speaker, the tourism industry benefits a lot from the sale of alcohol as well. And so, new generator, not only for the government, but for the direct revenue generator for many businesses throughout the territory. And so I stand again in support, and in the committee stages, be rest assured that we will look at all of the suggestions that were brought to us through the public consultations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I now call on the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to be able to make my contribution on this bill before us. As the Premier stated, it's been around since 2018. For some reason, in my mind, it seems as if it was longer. But he seems to be puzzled as to why it's took so long. I'm sure he knows exactly why it took so long, but I could tell him that it's this bill has been with the magistrate, really. And you will find out, as I see here in the bill, Madam Speaker, under Section 2, in the definition, it says that minister means a minister charged with the responsibility for trade. And when it keep referring to the minister, and that's the minister responsible for this bill. It means that the bill is under trade, which you become the minister, and you're going to find out that this is not something that you really want to have. It's a nightmare wrapped into some form of a headache, and you need to have the you need to have the will and the strength of a magistrate to deal with this. because right when you tell someone rejected, prison doors open, you either take the rejection or you go to prison. So you're going to be like, what should I do? Should I give it to him or should I? No, this is not easy. I often wondered why people have to appear before the magistrate twice a year for their license. I still haven't figured it out yet, but I know that these people have to be kept on the straight and narrow. And if you're not in that position to do it, it might become a little tedious and difficult for you. Madam Speaker, Section 5 speaks of, well, Section 4 speaks of the Liquor Licensing Board. And 5, it talks about 5A, the board shall receive, consider, and determine applications for liquor licenses or renewal of liquor licenses. And I'm wondering if, I don't see how many liquor licenses we have in the territory, but I would imagine it could be in the hundreds, probably in the hundreds. I was wondering if every liquor license has to make it up to the board, or there was some other entity in between the board and the license where it could be taken care of. 7, Section 7 speaks to inspectors, Madam Speaker. Says, 7 says, for the purposes of this act, minister shall designate suitable public officers, which may include fire officers and environmental health officers, to act as inspectors. And on such terms and conditions as the minister may determine, including the period of tenure of the public officer. And 8, the duties of an inspector may include, inter alia. And I'm wondering, when I go through all these duties, A says, entering and inspecting premises where an application is made for a liquor license. B, entering and inspecting premises where liquor is sold. C, making inquiries to ascertain whether the provisions of this act are being complied with. And D, any other function as may be deemed necessary for the purposes of this act. And I'm wondering, Madam Speaker, as I listened to the Premier and he talked about noise abatement, nowhere in this act does it address noise. And he says clearly that noise is to be dealt with somewhere else, which is the Noise Abatement Act. And I'm wondering, Madam Speaker, if that isn't something of the past, and considering the times that we're in, subsequent to when this bill was last, what year was it? The last time we saw this bill? No. What? No, not the amendment. 1981? If subsequent to 1981 and all that transpired since then, if we shouldn't have been more enlightened as to what goes on and what surrounds the places that are issued a license to perform, and that whether we shouldn't be including things like making things like noise abatement and zoning an integral part of this particular bill. It's like one hand doesn't know what the other is doing. I'm going to issue a license to sell liquor in a place where all these other activities are taking place. And as I look at the bill also, Madam Speaker, I see that when it tells you what this license gives you the right to do, I am even more convinced that those things should be included in here. Section 9 says where an inspector or police officer carries out his or her duties under Section 8 of Part 11 of this Act, the inspector or police officer shall submit a report to the board which shall include the following information. I question this when it says that the police officer shall present or submit a report. I'm wondering if we're not going outside of our boundaries to be mandating that the police do this or police do that. I guess it came through cabinet, so it's okay with the governor for us to be directing the police to do X and Y. But I still question that provision, Madam Speaker, and I would love to hear some follow-up on that. Section 10, an inspector shall be issued with a form of identification signed by the minister. The inspector shall be issued with a form of identification signed by the minister. Is that, are the police officers, well, I guess the police officers are not inspectors. They can carry out the functions of an inspector, but they're not inspectors. So they wouldn't be issued with that form of identification. I'm not sure. I'll listen to hear what the answer to that is. Section 11, it shall be the duty of a police officer to assist in the enforcement of this act, and as soon as reasonably possible, report any enforcement action taken to the board. Again, that's directing the police to carry out certain duties outside of the governor who is responsible for the police. 2, a police officer shall, in relation to the duties assigned to any inspector, have the same powers, authorities, and privileges are given by law to the inspectors. So I guess that's my answer, that police officers are not inspectors, but they just can carry out the same duties. Section 13, Madam Speaker. The following kinds of licenses may be granted under this Act. Following kinds of licenses may be issued under this Act. And I'm going down to (13) C, 13D, Madam Speaker. It says, the certain types of licenses issued under this Act. The follow, let me get it right. The following kinds of licenses may be granted under this Act. And D says, a nightclub license, which shall entitle the holder of this license to sell liquor in and upon the premises in respect of which the license is granted and for consumption on such premises. From what I'm reading here, Madam Speaker, it's telling me that the license grants the holder permission to have a nightclub. So when I grant you this liquor license, I'm granting you permission to have a nightclub. So which means that you're actually issuing licenses for nightclubs, not just the sale of liquor, but to have a nightclub. Well, you know, a nightclub has other things besides the sale of liquor. Well, it has music. So you're taking ownership of the music at the nightclub by issuing this license. And my question to you, how can you divorce yourself meaning this license to sell liquor, from the noise that the nightclub is going to make? And that's where my issue comes in, Madam Speaker. The issue that I have is when I'm going to get a call at 1 a.m. telling me they can't sleep, so I shouldn't sleep either. That's what a call comes in and says. And there's a nice lady on the other end of the line. I can't say anything. I can't be rude. I have to listen. So I'll wake my wife up immediately, let her know that this call came in from someone who is irate. Because if she wake up in the middle of the night, hear me on this phone talking to a woman, she's going to think it's something different. So I go like, yes, okay, what's the problem? I can't sleep, so you shouldn't sleep either. Why have to do this? The noise, this, the noise, the other noise, the other. Okay. That's in one area of my district. Then another night, I'm going to get a call at 8 p.m. Tell me, I spoke to you about this problem already. It's happening again and again. But if you really want to know how bad it gets, you need to be here at 11:30. So now I have to prepare myself to go out at 11:30 to hear this noise. This is a true story, Madam Speaker. I'm not making this up. The stories are true. I'm not making it up. So I'm here thinking now it's 8 p.m. I have to go out for 11:30. Should I make it a night, or should I just go out, do what I have to do and come right back home? So that's a decision I have to make. What kind of attire should I put on to go out to stay out till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning because I'm out already? Or should I just go, do what I have to, inspect the area and come right back? You know I'm a good guy, I'll come right back. I'll come right back. So I go out, Madam Speaker, I actually go out. And when I go out, I actually call the person and I said, I'm here now. You want to come? They said no. So I'm on my own. I have to come down right in here in Duff Bottom. I could tell you where it was, right in here in Duff Bottom. Behind the place in there. The department store. You know, department store closed at 2 o'clock in the morning, 11 o'clock in the morning. So now, all I needed is for the speaker to be passing down and see me coming from in there at 12:30 in the morning, so 11:30. And all of a sudden, I am one of those people. I went there on the job. My constituent's job. So all I'm saying, and I've invited the police. To be exact, I invited the the Deputy Commissioner of Police, the Superintendent now Deputy Vanderpool, to have come here before us when we were doing that informal session with the panel. But our timing, the timing that we set was so haphazard that I couldn't call her at any specific time and said, come here now, because she willingly accepted to come. And that's what my problem is, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I need to know who is taking ownership of the disturbances that we're having from these places in the neighborhoods. And there's another lady would call me right here in the Duff Bottom area. And when I see the call coming in, I know exactly what it is. And I'm going to answer the phone. I do answer the phone. And tell me this thing continues. We have to take ownership of the problems that we are creating. And I don't believe, Madam Speaker, they're insurmountable. You can have a nightclub right next door to a church, and the both can function at the same time. The church wouldn't know what the nightclub is doing, the nightclub wouldn't care what the church is doing. This church right here, Madam Speaker, New Life Baptist, if you go to New Life Baptist, you know it's a vibrant, it keeps some vibrant services in there. But it doesn't bother anyone outside. It's enclosed. You can have your nightclub anywhere you want. No one is stopping you. I'll be the last person to say anything about people who want to have a nightclub. But I'm saying to you, you're issuing a liquor license and you're telling the people this license gives you the rights and privileges to have a nightclub. So therefore, this liquor license that you're issuing to these people makes you responsible for the noise. And we should be doing something about it. In this license that we're issuing, it should stipulate the conditions under which a nightclub should be performing. And it doesn't stop there, Madam Speaker. That's a nightclub. It says membership clubs. It says hotel license, a restaurant license, a bar license. Okay, let's talk about bars. It says a bar license which shall entitle the holder of the license to sell liquor in or upon the premises named in the license granted and for consumption on or off the premises. Okay, now, Madam Speaker, everyone in here knows that at the bars, it's not just a matter of just drinking alcohol and talking loud. Some bars take it beyond that, Madam Speaker, and they have music. I have no problem with a bar having music as long as it does not disturb the neighborhood. So there again, I'm saying to the Premier, the minister responsible for this liquor license that he's going to be issuing, just tell me and tell the neighborhood who to call if there's an event taking place that disturbs them. And the person that you're going to call should have the authority, or the agency you're going to call should have the authority to issue warnings to the establishment. And if the establishment fails to adhere to the warning, they should have the authority to close it down for a period. There should be a level of responsibility attached to these things. And I don't think that what I'm saying is outlandish. When someone has paid their good monies to build a home, they should be able to be comfortable in that home. And all of us here know, Madam Speaker, how these things happen. You know it, I know it, everybody in this room knows how these things happen. In 2015, we were all living in this neighborhood peacefully. 2017, after the hurricane, you decide your house had a little damage, so you're moving. You moved from this neighborhood, went into another neighborhood, you fell in love with that neighborhood, so you decide not to come back to the old neighborhood. So what did you do with the place that had a little damage from the hurricane? You fix it up. You fix it up and somebody turns it into a bar. You couldn't care less because you live somewhere else, so you turn it into a bar. The next thing you know, the bar is right outside my bedroom window. The bar couldn't get outside my bedroom window unless the minister issued a license to sell liquor there. So in that regard, the minister should have some form of responsibility in ensuring that if the person wants to sell liquor under my bedroom window, they should be doing it in a way, shape, form, and fashion that does not disturb me. And don't get me wrong, Madam Speaker, I get called from people in Virgin Gorda telling me I should come over and see it. They send me photographs, and when I look at the photograph, I see a guy going in a bar, and I see a guy going in his bedroom. I got a picture I could show it to you. I am not making it up. And it's not germane to Virgin Gorda. It's all over. And I have nothing against people making money. I'd like to know, Premier, if you have any statistics that indicate the market share of alcohol in the territory. .9% of the people who have these establishments are law-abiding, they're decent, the neighborhood has nothing to do, no problems with them. But it's that 0.1% that gets me up at night, wakes me up out of my bed at night, causes me to get out at night. But it's never too small. It should be 0%. And we can achieve that if only people would be responsible, or if the authorities ourselves would make the laws in such a way, not inhibitive, make the laws in such a way that people can coexist. For the longest time, no matter how much you talk about it, that we need zoning in this territory, nobody
Nobody does it. And it's a nuisance. The absence of zoning in this territory is a nuisance. I know exactly what needs to be done in order to ensure coexistence. I've seen during the pandemic, Madam Speaker, during the pandemic, the same people who has bars and nightclubs and what have you, in order for them to keep their doors open, which meant so much to them, they were willing to install whatever instruments that were needed in order to keep their doors open. Whether they had to put up plexiglass, whether they had to air condition their place to ensure social distancing, to keep the door open. That's all we want you to do. Be responsible. But if the government doesn't have the will to point you in that direction, of course, save the money. And you will save the money. But I am sure, I am confident, Madam Speaker, that the people can do it. K says a special events license, which shall be a one-off license for special events, which shall entitle the holder of the license to sell liquor at such time, place, or premises as may be stipulated in the license. I'm saying it shall also stipulate the time for entertainment that will be a potential nuisance. Here's a situation, Madam Speaker, where it doesn't have to be August Thursday. It could be Easter Tuesday or Easter Sunday. And my good friend wants to put on an event at a location that he chose, which could be, let's say, in Albion by the well, but at the well there by Ebenezer Thomas Primary School. You want to put on an event. And he chose to start it sometime like 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. Now, you know there are whole houses around there. And 2 a.m., they got some music there blasting on the well and people dancing and all the rest of it. But he is armed with this liquor license that says he can sell at such time, place, or premises as may be stipulated in the license. As may be stipulated in the license, that's good. But I guarantee you, Madam Speaker, that this license isn't going to stipulate anything that is going to be acceptable to the neighborhood. It's going to be something like, you can play your music until 1 a.m. But you know when you tell the guy 1 a.m. what that means? 1 a.m. he's going to shut off one of the lights. If you get there at 2 a.m., he said, you see, I started closing down, I started shutting off the lights. And he's going to offer you a drink. Next thing you know, you're part of it. You get mixed up. So, I am not here trying to be hard on anyone. I'm trying to do right by everyone, Madam Speaker. That's what I'm trying to do right by everyone. Let's coexist peacefully. I'm saying that the license shall stipulate that the police shall have powers to shut down the activity if he is satisfied that the nuisance of noise disturbance is sufficient enough to warrant shutting the place down. If he is sufficiently convinced that the noise is of sufficient nuisance to the neighborhood to shut the place down. And all that requires a little conversation with the police and the person and say, listen, making a little bit too much noise. I've seen, Madam Speaker, I have seen responsible merchants If you go down to Mulligan's, I could call this establishment name. If you go down to Mulligan's, you would notice that one day I went there and the gentleman invited me to see his facility. And he's taking me to this place and I'm saying, what's this? He said that this is what he built in order not to be a nuisance to the community. It's a soundproof enclosed room that he had, not room, but a building that he built, enclosed. So now I don't hear anything come from Mulligan, so I thought they were closed. Yeah, he's still making business. He's still doing his business, making all the noise he wants, but he keep it inside. I'm sure the sergeant at arms don't hear it either, unless he's inside there with them. But, Madam Speaker, among us, there are people who are responsible, who are prepared to do whatever is necessary to conduct their business. So I'm not saying anything here that is out of whack, out of line. You know, back in the 60s, Madam Speaker, people like the Premier wouldn't know what I'm talking about, but there was a place called Stonehaven. You say you hear about it. It was a real, it was a real place. Remember here at large, remember this place called Stonehaven, where you want to know where it is, it's up there by Walmart. Where the doctor and them right there in that area. Wide open, music blasting 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. You know why no one complained, Madam Speaker? Because everyone was there. Those were back in the days where you never got, there was no, for the only little fist fight was the worst thing that could happen, but everyone was there. And the person who owned the place was from right in there in the community. He would know, they would know if you're going to have a function tonight, you tell them, listen, we're going to have a function tonight. Then there was Beach Club. Same thing, same deal, right in Bargaspin neighborhood, wide open. Music blast, we used to bring up Milo and the Kings and Jam Band, not Jam Band wasn't around, Milo and the Kings and Stanley and the Three Sleepless Nights and those kind of people. Eddie and the Movements, of course. Imagination. They came after. That's your imagination. But Madam Speaker, I'm telling you that even though things have changed, they can remain the same, where we can coexist peacefully. Just that now requires more modern upgrading and what have you. And M, a general liquor license for any business not provided for under subparagraph A to L, for the purposes of which persons engage in the sale of liquor. A general liquor license for any business not provided for under subparagraphs A to L, for the purpose of which person engage in the sale of liquor. So this is a catch-all, Madam Speaker. You can't even be sure what it is what kind of business it's going to be. So this one, I guess, is where those little, those places that you can't name, you can't let people know exactly what it is you're doing in there. So you just get a liquor license. Once you get a liquor license, you can do whatever you want inside in there. You got a stainless steel pole running from the floor to the ceiling. No, the closet stainless steel runs horizontal. This pole runs from the ceiling to the floor. So, you know, the drafters, Madam Speaker, they know exactly what they want to say here, but they can't say. So they just put here what it says. A general liquor license for any business not provided for under subparagraph A to L. They could have had a LM, they could have an M and put exactly what it means, but no. It takes people like me to come here and tell you what it is they're trying to do. I'm saying the general liquor license must have parameters. Consumption on or off the, it must say whether the consumption is on or off the premises. just selling liquor. Or 2B, refreshments including liquor are likely to be sold for such period and subject to such conditions as may be set out in the license. I'm asking you to stipulate the allowable hours of the operation. Attach a place control over the portion, and my concern again is noise. And 15.2, subject to the provisions of this act, a person may apply for and hold all or any one or more license provided for under this act. So a person can apply for a bar license, could apply for a nightclub license, could apply for a special events license. So a person could have many licenses. My concern, Madam Speaker, I'm saying to you is that we must be careful that given care must be given to ensure that the provisions of one license does not contravene the restrictions placed on another license. So will I be having 4 licenses for the same location? Or it has to be, are you telling me that I can get 4 licenses if I'm in 4 different locations? So suppose I apply for a bar license and a nightclub license, and I have 1 facility. And that's why I'm asking that the care must be taken that the provisions for one license do not contravene the provisions for another license. Are all these conditions taken into consideration, Madam Speaker? That's my question. And I go to section 17, which the Deputy Premier read. And I didn't understand it then, so maybe I can understand it now. Section 17 says, where a person supplies another person with food, aerated or other drink and liquor, and receives payment, the presumption that such supply of liquor was in pursuance of a contract of sale shall not be rebutted by any suggestion, allegation, or pretense that a payment was in respect of the food, aerated, or other drinks only. So they're saying that the person cannot claim that the money they received was for the food, aerated, or other drinks. It was also for the liquor. So actually you sold liquor. The liquor was a part of the sale, so you sold liquor, and you didn't have a license. So what recourse does the person have? What's the penalty for that? I don't see where that goes, where it takes you. I guess that's a warning to anyone who wishes to conduct their business in such a fashion. 19.1, Madam Speaker. The board shall keep a register to be known as a liquor license register, which shall be maintained in such form as may be prescribed by the board, including in an electronic form. 2, the register shall contain particulars of all licenses granted, including A, the names of the owner of the premises. B, the names and the address of all persons licensed under the Act. C, the premises for which the license is granted. D, the date the license is issued. And C, such other particulars as the board may consider appropriate. I I am proposing that that an F be added to that, Madam Speaker, and that F be that F be a property lease, and also a G, which is a trade license. I'm proposing that those things be added to this the register that the board is going to have. Four, Madam Speaker, this is section 19.4A. 4, the register shall be kept at such place as the board may from time to time determine which A, shall be open to inspection and search by the public during regular office hours. I'm saying the license holder shall display on the premises the particulars of the license, including the number, the license number, so that someone come into the place and they see the license number, they can always refer to that in making any form of complaint or doing any research, Madam Speaker. Section 21 says, with the exception of a special events license under subsection 6, I am of the view that that should be subsection 7 instead of 6. I think that's a miss there. Section 21. Section 23, 3A, 1. It says that there is on such premises security guards. I got to read a part of it that gives substance to that. An application to the board shall be in the form set forth in Schedule 5 and shall specify the discretion A person's premises shall not be licensed under this act unless the person applying for such license produce evidence that he or she obtain appropriate planning permission. Oh, that's good. Okay, 23. 23 says a person's premises shall not be licensed under this act unless the person applying for such license produces evidence that he or she, A, obtains appropriate planning permission. And I'm saying appropriate planning permission for the type of business for which a license is being sought. I think it needs to be a specific. You can say you have a planning permission for a business. It's a commercial lot. So it's a space for commercial use. But then you want to get a liquor license to have a bar. Is the planning department or land development control going to issue a license, granting permission for the establishment of a bar? And that's why I'm saying for the type of business for which a license is being sought, not just leave it as planning permission. (23) 3A1, that there is on such premises security guards. Really? Does it really happen that you have security guards on these premises? I don't know. But it's a requirement by the law and the license that you're going to receive. 3 says that there shall be installed proper security cameras operating at all times with images being retained for a period of 30 days, which can be made available to a police officer upon request. These cameras are inside the facility or they're outside, or both? Does anybody in here know? I can't see you having these cameras inside because you got to make an announcement when people show up that there are cameras inside. Else, things happen in these places you don't want to be seen. Inside? Outside? There's a sign? So only quiet people could go to these places then? What kind of fun could you have if you go into a place where the cameras are on you all the time? This is a different society. People don't have fun in these places. No wonder they want to drink. No wonder you have to sell liquor so they can get blind. The facility shall enclose a bar license shall not be granted or renewed in respect of any premises unless there shall be installed proper security cameras operating at all times with images being retained for a period of 30 days, which can be made available to police officers upon request. What kind of requests are we talking about, Madam Speaker? Is this just a police officer walking up to the establishment saying, I need your footage for last night? Or it has to be in the form of some kind of a writ? It seems to me as if that's some form of invasion of privacy. You asked me to have the camera. If you want to see the camera footage anytime at will, then you should pay for it. But if you're asking me to have it as a means of security, just in case there's some kind of a crime committed on the site, that's a different story. I have no problem seeing that happening. It's a crime scene, you want to see the footage, okay. But just like that, Sunday morning, police officer walk in and say, you want to see the footage. Or even Wednesday morning, you want to see the footage. I think, Madam Speaker, that there should be some kind of conditions attached to that. 24, a person applying for a license shall appear before the board on a license day, and the board shall hear any objections which may be made by the Commissioner of Police, the Commissioner of Inland Revenue, or any other persons to the granting of the license. Madam Speaker, I think that included in this, in addition to the Commissioner of Police, the Commissioner of Inland Revenue, I think in addition to that we should add the Chief Physical Planner, Madam Speaker. I think the Chief Physical Planner knows best the neighborhoods and what's surrounding it and who may have brought complaints to them. But I do agree that the Commissioner of Police should have something to say. I don't know about Inland Revenue, that's a money thing. Inland Revenue should be more than happy to get the money. Madam Speaker, 25(2), the board shall forward a copy of the certificate granted under subsection 1 to the Commissioner of Inland Revenue. 3, upon production of the certificate and on payment of the required fee to the Commissioner of Inland Revenue as prescribed by this Act, the Commissioner of Inland Revenue shall issue the person's name in the certificate a license of the kind and in the relevant form as specified in Schedule 7. Madam Speaker, I think that form that is specified in Schedule 7 has the chairman of the board on it as opposed to the Commissioner of Inland Revenue. So something isn't exactly completely right there. and needs to be looked at. A person who fails to pay the fee payable under subsection 3 within 14 days of the day on which the certificate was granted. So, okay, certificate, made in the certificate a license. I guess they're using the same terminology to cover the same document, a license and certificate. 27, a license under this act shall not be granted to a person under the age of 18 years. 18 years. The territorial at large junior minister said that she was elated to see how many young people were participating in the industry with their businesses. So I guess it has been established by this stage that 18 years is appropriate for an individual to have a license to conduct these businesses, to sell liquor, I should say. So if that's the case, Madam Speaker, I guess there are a number of examples of it happening, and I haven't heard any reports that something terrible happened because the person who was running the establishment was 18 years. And moreover, Madam Speaker, if we're going to ask them to vote at age 18, then they should have that level of responsibility, should be given that level of responsibility to actually run the society. So that's a step in the right direction to show the younger generation what their responsibilities really are and how they begin. They begin at age 18 to do things like this that were at one time set aside for older people. '28, Madam Speaker, an application for a license or renewal of a license under this Act may be refused on any one of the following grounds. The applicant, B said the applicant is not a fit and proper person. I'd like to see, Madam Speaker, that particular line starts out by saying, if in the opinion of the board, the applicant is not a fit and proper person. Not straight up, the applicant is not a fit and proper person. I think this is in the opinion of the board that the applicant is not a fit and proper person. So there's no way you could question that. That's our opinion. So we're not giving you a license. But to tell a person they're not fit and proper, how could you say that? That's a little too much. C, Madam Speaker, the applicant having been within the applicant being within the preceding 5 years, the holder of a license in any part of the Virgin Islands has allowed the licensed premises to become a nuisance to the neighborhood. Question I have is, how is that determined? How was it determined that this business had become a nuisance to the neighborhood? And D, the premises for which the application is made are so situated that they cannot be kept under effective police control or are likely to be a nuisance to the neighborhood. You see, I like this little paragraph D, Madam Speaker. I like it. But in real life, I don't see this playing out. The premises for which the application is made are so situated that they cannot be kept under effective police control. If they're being kept, it suggests to me that all the premises that have been issued licenses to operate are being kept under effective police control. So therefore, when someone has an issue with noise, they should be able to call the police, and the police take care of it. That's what this paragraph is saying. Anything other than that, it means that you can't deny a person a license because it's not being kept under effective police control. Or are likely to be a nuisance to the neighborhood. So this little paragraph 28D, Madam Speaker, speaks to all the problems that I've been having at night. No one should have to call me anymore at night. I shouldn't have to get out of my bed at 2 o'clock at night to come and listen to the music that's waking the neighborhood up. This lady shouldn't be calling me at 12:30 at night anymore to tell me that the noise is a nuisance. What she should be doing is looking at this. Let's examine 28D. 28D says, it says, an application for a license or renewal of a license under this act may be refused on any of the following grounds. And 28D says the premises for which the application is made are so situated that they cannot be kept under effective police control or are likely to be a nuisance to the neighborhood. That's it. I must not have understood this earlier, Madam Speaker, else I wouldn't be standing so long. I would jump straight to this particular article and sit down. We've got the answer right here. F says there are sufficient numbers of premises already licensed to meet the needs of the neighborhood. And that's another reason why a license can be denied, because there are sufficient numbers of premises already licensed to meet the needs of the neighborhood. You see, that's what I consider to be a board that's active, Madam Speaker, and engaged. If they can manage the licensing of establishment to that degree, that's a board that I consider to be engaged and actively doing the job that is expected of them. The applicant is already the holder of, or applicant for, a license within 3 miles of the place in respect of which the application is under consideration. So I'm hearing that you shouldn't have it's possible that you can't get a license if you have an establishment already in existence. I have an application in for a location that is within 3 miles of the one that you're applying for now. 3 miles. I just read earlier where it says that the person could apply for multiple licenses. So the thing that I was talking about having a nightclub and a bar in the same facility, that can't work. It shouldn't work because it's within 3 miles of the other license that you have. But then again, it is not absolute, Madam Speaker. It is saying that an application for a license for a renewal of a license under this act may be refused. So it is possible to have a license, to have multiple licenses within 3 miles of each other. The board, decision of the board. I don't think that we ought to micromanage the board, Madam Speaker, but then again, we have a responsibility to keep the community safe. Keeping the community safe, Madam Speaker, is protecting it from potential nuisances. So while it is true that the board may deny a person a license because he has one within 3 miles of the new application, it is also possible that the board might grant the license to the person. And not just one, you could grant 2, grant 3. Grant 2, grant 3. I think I read somewhere in here where, like if you have a place like a hotel, yes? The hotel has a bar, you have to get a license for the bar. The hotel has a restaurant, the dining room. I think you got to get a license. You get liquor there too, because remember they're saying that you can't say that the person bought food in the dining room. So you serve them liquor, but they were paying for the food and the water. So you didn't need a license for the liquor. So they will have a license they could have a license for the dining room, they could have one for the bar, and maybe they got a spa somewhere, and they got a bar there where they have a bar around the pool or something to that effect. So the hotel will have 4 or 5 licenses for the sale of liquor. And it's necessary, Madam Speaker. I am not in any way talking negative about that or against it. I think the hotels would need to have multiple licenses and facilities like that. Another reason for denying the license, Madam Speaker, would be if the applicant is a person who has not attained the age of 18. That's valid. And I have no problems with that. Um, 29(4)(b). The following provision shall have effect with respect to an application under subsection 1. B, the board shall entertain any objection to the renewal of such license or take any evidence with respect to the renewal of such license unless written notice of an intention to object has been served on the holder. Notice of the intention to object has been served on the holder. In what form should this objection be served? To the holder of the license. I'm questioning what form the objection should be served, Mr. Speaker. Section 30. (32) says, upon production of a certificate, the expired license and payment of the required fee in respect of such license, the Commissioner of Inland Revenue shall issue to the person named in the license a license of the kind and in the relevant form as specified in Section 7, authorizing the renewal. Again, Mr. Speaker, this form I see in Schedule 7, Schedule 7, the person I see here in the form for signature is the chairperson of the board. It does not speak to the Commissioner of Inland Revenue. So I think that's a slight adjustment that needs to be made there. 31, the minister may suspend for a specific period or revoke a license. Where the minister is satisfied that the licensee is not complying with the conditions of the license. B, where the licensee is a company, 1, the company has ceased to carry on business in this territory, or 2, the company concerned goes into liquidation or is wound up or otherwise dissolved. Mr. Speaker, I have a problem just out of concern for the minister having to be the one to revoke a license. I think there should be levels before it gets to the minister. And this is simply out of protection of the minister. I think the minister should be insulated better than that. I think it should pass through the board first. Because it's not the minister who really wants to revoke this license. Somebody had to bring it to his attention. Somebody had to advise him to revoke the license. And I think that the same board who issues the license should be the one to initiate the revocation of the license, Madam Speaker. I think the reason, Speaker, the minister is involved here is because they want to show a higher level of authority when it comes to revoking it. But I think the board should be the one to initiate it. And if the holder of the license is dissatisfied, he should apply to the minister, appeal to the minister, and let the minister be the final arbiter. That's what the holder of the license. But I don't think the minister should be getting down there revoking license that he never issued. You see, the people who issue the license get a good name, and the guy who revokes it get a bad name. So why not let the minister get the good name in the first place by issuing the license? No. You see, Madam Speaker, the minister, he just come kind of. So he don't understand the nuances behind these kind of things. So I'm trying to protect him. Whoever the minister is. Why bring the license? Why are you bringing this license to me for to revoke? You go ahead and revoke it. And give the person the right to appeal, the ability to appeal to me. And if I feel that you were being heavy-handed, it was inconsiderate or whatever it is, I will just roll it off. '33, Madam Speaker. A holder of a license who wishes to be relocated to some other premises than the premises mentioned in his or her license shall, before the expiration of his or her license, apply to the board, and the board, upon being satisfied of the fitness of the premises to which such holder wish to be relocated, may grant a license authorizing the relocation. In satisfying the board of fitness of the premises under subsection 1, the holder of the license who wishes to relocate shall provide evidence that the appropriate planning permission, fire safety certificate, and other information as may be deemed necessary by the board have been obtained. Madam Speaker, I have another take on this. Grant of a license should be predicated on. Madam Speaker, I believe that the grant of a license should be predicated on the location. And the location in this sense, Madam Speaker, is that wherever you were before and you got this license, the neighborhood, I would imagine, was sensitized to you coming there. And before you got that license, they would have made all their submissions to the authorities. They would have voiced their objections or satisfaction or welcoming you. And you got your license there in that neighborhood. Now you want to move, now you move into another neighborhood, you want to take this license with you. I think you should go through the process again, Madam Speaker. I really do. I think the people in that neighborhood should have the same opportunity the people in the neighborhood where you're coming from had to be able to voice their views, opinions, and what have you, to see whether or not you should be granted permission to come into the neighborhood. 3, for the purposes of this section, where the license holder is a body corporate, if any director, secretary, it says of officer, so it says secretary or officer. It's a slight correction, typo, secretary or officer. We'll go in there. Okay. Madam Speaker, coming down to the home stretch, and I'm sure you would appreciate why this bill meant something to me, because it was around for so long. I didn't get an opportunity to see it. Schedule 1, Madam Speaker. Constitution and procedure of the board. Schedule 1. The board shall consist of the following members. Well, the minister isn't here. A legal practitioner with at least 5 years standing. B, a representative of the BVI Towers Board, and I excuse myself for saying that. I think that I should not be saying that, so I'll fix it. I'll take the B off BVI Towers Board and say a representative of the Virgin Islands Towers Board. Because we are not the British Virgin Islands, we are the Virgin Islands. A representative of the Virgin Islands Towers Board. C, a representative of the Premier's office nominated by the Minister responsible for trade. D, a person possessing a social work background or representing the religious community. I got a note here, Madam Speaker, says that where it says a person possessing a social work background or representing the religious community who shall be nominated by the leader of the opposition. And I didn't realize, Madam Speaker, that after I tacked that note on there, it was talking about also the religious community, and I'm trying to figure who has the nerve to walk up to a person in the religious community and say to them, listen, I'd like you to serve on a board. I'd like to nominate you to serve on a board. And yeah, I have no problem with that. By the way, what board is this? Liquor License Board. So, I don't know. But what, and also, Madam Speaker, I would like to see an F added to this category that says a representative from the Town and Country Planning Department, or Physical Planning, whatever the name is nowadays. What's the name? What's the department name? Still Town and Country? Okay. I'd like to see a representative from that department on this board, Madam Speaker. And also I'd like to see a member, one of the members nominated by the leader of the opposition. It's a trend now, Madam Speaker. You don't find boards now where the, even going back to 2007, when the Constitution under which we now govern, all the commissions has a member that is nominated by the leader of the opposition. So it's only natural that that same pattern should be following through our laws as we make them. So, Madam Speaker, I think that my contribution will end there. And other than to say, I wish the Minister for Trade all the luck, because he's going to need it. And at the same time, he can borrow there are some things that he can borrow from the magistrate, what they had to go through in dealing with the Liquor License Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I now call on the member for the 9th District.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to say a few words on this bill, Liquor License Act 2019. My honorable colleague from the 3rd did an extensive job of stripping it down to its bones, so I will not repeat much of what he said. He did a very thorough, exhaustive job on it. But, Madam Speaker, this bill seeks to modernize the territory's legal framework with respect to the sale, supply, and consumption of liquor. Because liquor being a generic term for alcoholic beverages. Madam Speaker, the British Virgin Islands has a long history when it comes to alcohol and alcoholic beverages. And all I want to tell you, when the United States had an issue with alcohol, they tried to ban all drinking in the United States during a period called prohibition. We were prohibited from indulging in alcoholic drinks. I guess they saw the negative side effects caused in society by alcohol, so they thought the best thing to do was to just ban it. Madam Speaker, that had a very interesting effect on the British Virgin Islands. And the old sailors will tell you that many a family here made a lot of money because of prohibition. They were able to sell illegal alcohol into the U.S. Virgin Islands on certain sailboats. And all captains will tell you the way they did it, buried in coal and under coal and buried in this and that. And it went on for a while until around 1933 when the prohibition was over. So we have this long connection with the movement of alcohol. I've heard many, many stories from the older gentlemen who used to sail and the persons involved. And then, Madam Speaker, in 1964, we did introduce the first Liquor License Act. And I do believe it had something to do with Little Licks Bay that opened that very same year. See, liquor could be considered, I guess, a two-edged sword because we are a tourism-based economy. And one of the things tourists come to the Virgin Islands for, alcoholic beverages. But we know of the social negative side effects of alcohol. So I do believe somewhere along the line, there was some attempt to regulate the sale of alcohol. It does affect the economy, as I said earlier. These tourists who come to the BVI, now I represent 2 islands, and there are 2 tourist islands. So you know it has a direct, particularly interested in the way this here works out. It was amended in 1981, Liquor License Act. And if those who follow the political history would remember that this same Liquor License Act was a big campaign issue in 2003. It was promised from then, so that's 19 years ago, it was promised that this here would be amended and modernized. So here we are, 19 years later. So I'm so happy to see we are finally bringing it to a stage where we can amend it, hopefully when it's done, and we're going to fix many things in the committee stage to make the ease of doing business with government easier, to make it easier doing business with government, to make that easier. Madam Speaker, the process that we met for getting the liquor license is quite onerous, particularly if you live outside of Rotown. Because I remember when I joined Deputy Governor's office in 2007, having to coordinate with the fire, with health, with the police, to go to the islands around Tortola. Because it had to be inspected by various departments. It was always a challenge getting all the departments to be there at the same time. And back then, liquor licenses were issued only twice a year, June and December. So it became a very stressful thing on persons to have to get these departments to come at the same time, to get all the different inspections done, to then apply. For the persons in the Sister Islands, I always knew when June was coming, because they were sending me all these licenses to certify, to take to magistrate's court for June. November, it will be the same thing. All these businesses trying to get fire, trying to get police, trying to get health, to come inspect the businesses, and then to submit in December. Madam Speaker, this bill here seeks to change all of that. I'm so happy to see that with the new act here, you can get your license almost any month of the year, not just June and July. Because it's no longer under the purview of the magistrate, there's now a board in place. Madam Speaker, that is progress. The next step we need to do, and there is some talk of it, and we get this addressed in the committee stage, where we can do many of these things there, the processes online. Because, Madam Speaker, we have to look at the BVI as one place. And those persons or businesses that exist outside of Roatan should not have to bear extra expense, loss of time, and inconvenience to get the same service that someone who is in Roatan easily gets. So, Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to see that it is finally here. A lot to be discussed in committee. And, Madam Speaker, the issue of liquor license cannot be divorced from zoning and from noise. Because a lot of persons who have property believe they should be able to do whatever they want to do on their property. And the member for the Torres Strait a while ago, you may find somebody with a piece of land right next to an apartment, and they insist that they want to have entertainment and loud music right next to an apartment building. And of course, noise and alcohol often go together. And then the persons in the apartment trying to sleep next door to a club. And I must commend those persons who are conscientious of the nuisance of noises and went to the expense, Madam Speaker, of soundproofing their place. So the persons inside can enjoy themselves without the neighbors having to be up all night calling the representatives, asking them to come out to your house, come and see what I am going through. But, Madam Speaker, we have to be careful that when we bring these laws, we don't bring an extra burden to the businesses. Yes, safety is important. But if you're asking persons to have security guards and camera systems and certain things, we'll be very careful that we don't put persons out of business, particularly small businesses, and particularly businesses that are rather seasonal. Places like Anegada, there might not be tourists there all year round. So you're making a 12-month investment that you may only need for 6 or 7 months. We see the volatility of the tourism market these days. So if you draw that line and find out that perfect balance, where businesses are safe for their customers, but the business owners can afford to do what is necessary to protect their investment, but to protect their customers. Madam Speaker, we have to look at how the islands are laid out. For example, in Anegada, most of the businesses are not in residential areas. And we have to ask the question, can we cut out a specific kind of situation where they don't have to follow all the same rules or regulations as maybe someone in the middle of the town? Madam Speaker, we have islands like Mosquito that are full tourist islands. I don't think we follow the same rules as other places. You're going to tell somebody you could come and rent this place for $100,000 a night, but when it comes 10 o'clock, you send your DJ home that you probably paid $1,000 for 2 hours for, or whatever it is. So we have to be mindful that we are a tourist economy, and to balance the rules and regulations with the reality of how we make our money here in this country. Yes, the noise is a nuisance. I've lived in places around Virgin-Gorda where, yes, you hear the dance down the road. You don't have to go to the dance to enjoy the music. It comes right through your window into your house all night. I know when dances finish 12 o'clock, but in this new age now, I see folks going out to dance 12 o'clock. And when I'm going to my office at 7 in the morning, I see cars going home from the dance. So the whole time thing has changed up. Well, you can't call me to hear no noise because I go to sleep very early at night. But if you come early in the morning, I'll probably hear the noise in the morning. Noise that's waking you up. So, Madam Speaker, we have to be mindful of these various nuances that we experience in these small communities in a tourist-based economy. Madam Speaker, we have places like Sabre Rock or Bitter End where the noise there may travel from that place into a nice quiet community like North Sound. And while we were here, I got a text and somebody was asking us to consider, so you can't drink before you're 21, but you can own a business at 18. You know what I'm saying? Maybe we should reconsider that person owning that kind of business at that age. I know it was an issue with this program called, I think it was called Young Entrepreneurs, where there was a person like in the teens, and did some fantastic work. When they went to apply for trade licenses, they were told you don't meet the age for the trade license for that particular activity. Madam Speaker, it's a very important bill we have before us here, and it's something we're going to go through very carefully in committee. I went to the various meetings we had, particularly in Virgin Gorda and Enegada, and I must say they were well ventilated, well attended. We got up both sides of the coin. For example, some say we want the music to stop or the bar to close by 10 o'clock, and some say, no, 24 hours. Alcohol should be available 24 hours. Persons have said that, and others said, well, no. Well, why? Why 10 hours versus 24 hours? And they gave their perspective, and they gave their reasons. We now, in committee stage, have to find that balance. We have the notes from these meetings. We have to find that balance there where we're going to put the well-being of the territory versus the economics of the territory. Because not because you're allowed to sell alcohol 24 hours, even means you're going to get customers 24 hours. Customers drink their limit and then they'll go home. We have to, but if you're going to open 24 hours, then you're likely to have persons intoxicated, under influence 24 hours a day. And the question is, that's something we want to deal with. When our medical services, and this came up too in one of our meetings, I think, in Enegada, when persons are saying they want to be able to run these nightclubs and these bars all through the night, what if something happens and you need medical attention? We saw what happened a few weeks ago. There was an issue with ambulances and so forth. So we have to consider the safety of the people we are still trying to serve. That balance between life and livelihood has been tested since COVID. We must always be mindful in all our deliberations. Yes, we want our persons to be wealthy, we want our persons to be successful, but it's still our job to make sure we do our best to look out for the welfare of the people. Making a living should not kill us. Making a living to do the things we need to do should not kill us. So we still must think on the safety of the operations we're going to do. And it's our job in here to make sure when we pass laws, we take the safety of the population into consideration. Madam Speaker, with just those few words there, I will take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on the Deputy Speaker.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I rise to support the Liquor License Act 2019. Madam Speaker, most of my colleagues spoke before me, made some very good contributions. There's not much that I could add to what they have said, so I will try to leave most of what they have to say in committee stage when it comes to making some of the adjustments. But Madam Speaker, I would like to say though that a word that's being used here today is something that I've been using in the meetings that we went to, which is balance. That we have to strike a balance when we're making decisions and when we're doing stuff like this. Because you have to realize that we're saying by a license, and you have to realize these are companies. These are people who have the license doing a bar as a company for their living. That's their livelihood, Madam Speaker. So when you're talking about bars and stuff like that, Madam Speaker, you're talking about mixologists. You know, there's some real money to make in these companies. And we have to realize that. And we have a lot of young people who are getting involved in these kind of establishments because they see what it takes or what it is to make something good for themselves and keep out of trouble, Madam Speaker. So we have to embrace them when they come with the ideas, and I'm not going to say a bar, I'm going to say a company that sells liquor and beverages. We have to be very careful with some of the laws that we put in place, especially now. The BVI and the different islands are tourism product. And a lot of people who come here to the BVI, they come to enjoy themselves. Sometimes they have to go home. They got to go home early because the bars are closed. And where they came from, they're out all night. You know, so we have to make up mind what we really want to do. Do we want it to be a tourism product? or we want to remain the way we used to be in the olden days. Times have changed. The young people need things to do. We here, lawmakers, need to put laws in place to try to make sure that we could at least keep things stable, keep things right, keep the law going, but we cannot cripple the economy and cripple the young people who are trying to make it ahead. They might want to do things that we don't think and do. They're so innovative that they come up with new things that we don't know about. I see a guy mixing some drinks, I can't think like Jello shot now, kind of thing. We didn't know about Jello shots and all kind of stuff. He's a big seller. So we really have to be careful how or what we do when it comes to these laws. The opposition leader said something today, and I side him 100% in terms of the noise. During some of the meetings that we went to, a lot of complaints were also coming in about some of the bar owners who have places in residential areas that makes a lot of noise. And I'm one believe that we have to put measures in place to deal with that. But the thing about it, Madam Speaker, we have to be honest with some of the stuff that's happening right now. Ain't just that. We do not have no zoning laws here in the BVI. And that is, you start wrong, you're going to end wrong. That's one of the things I'm going to say. There's a lot of complaints about people who say they have bars in residential areas, but we have to also look at the next way as well. Some of these bars were there before the apartments were built. So here it is now somebody come in and build an apartment next to a bar, and then you're complaining about the bar making too much noise. You see, so it's a two-way street. So we got to see how we're going to fix this thing, and that's how I look at it. So we have to find ways where if a bar is open up, it's not closed, and he's not following, well, he need to close it. We need to put those kind of things in place, but we can't just say shut the person down. We have to give them an option, a chance to fix it, and then we deal with it from there. Because like I say, it's a business. It ain't just a bar. That one bar might be feeding 10 children, 10 people. You don't know. So when you close him down, you can't come to us politicians anymore. So we have to be careful with that. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the owners of the businesses that came out to these meetings. I was very, very much pleased with the turnout. We had more than 150, maybe 200 people turn out to these meetings, and it was very, very productive. I also want to thank the acting PS, Ms. Elvia Smith, Maduro, also Mr. Shea Alexander, Ms. Sandra Herbert, Ms. Aisha Hill, Mona Leonard Penn. These were some of the people that came out to the meeting along with some of the representatives like the Honorable Mitch Turnbull, Premier, Honorable Shireen. Everybody played a very important role in that meeting. I must say that Ms. Herbert was a key to this meeting because the person that she is, a godly person, she was very, how can I put it, particular to certain things that came up. And someday I just watch on the side and say, shh, we can deal with it, man, don't worry. Because she was very, very protective. And she had all right, because a lot of things that she said was true, it's true. You know, she talking about how many people are on dialysis machine and stuff like that. So she have a point. And I understand where she's coming from. But I told her that you have to let the process take place. Let the people speak. We come here to hear what they have to say. And we have to make sure that when we get the information from them, we sit down and we go through it and take sense of the nonsense. You know, because one of the things that happened in the meeting that made me laugh, and I had to say, and that's where the word balance came from. I had one business person said, we don't want no kind of security. We don't need security. And I said to her, it's not just securing you. but it's securing the people who are around you as well. I can understand you're saying you don't want all the security we're talking about, but you need some sort of security. There's a lot of things going on in the British Virgin Islands right now, and we have to protect each other. So she now turned on and she said, you're right, we have to strike a balance. And that's what I want us to do when it comes to this bill. We need to sit down and really strike a balance with a lot of things that are in here. There's some stuff there that need to be changed. There's a lot of information that we got back from the different businesses, restaurants, hotels, bar owners, and even mommy and daddy papa shop, what you call it, the pop-up shops, mommy papi shops. You know, we have to realize there's a lot of people involved in this liquor license thing, because remember now, there's some people who only sell beers. There's some people who only sell wine. You know, so this bill affects a lot of people, not just bar owners, like I say, restaurants. A good example, there's one restaurant in Anegada that we spoke to the manager, and to me, he's an exclusive. He's where there's nobody around him, there's a bar, there's a hotel, and there's a restaurant. We need to come up with some sort of exclusive license for places like this and charge for it, Madam Speaker. Because this thing having 2 and 3 and 4 licenses is kind of, to me, it's wrong. We should come up with one package for certain areas like restaurants and stuff like that, so that we could actually be able to deal with it on an easier scale, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also want to go back again on what Honorable Fraser said in terms of the noise. Madam Speaker, we have to do something about the noise, but we also have to do something about zoning. It's not just for bars, Madam Speaker. We really have a serious problem here in the Virgin when it comes to zoning. You could go down the road and you could see a mechanic shop back of right in somebody's living room. You could go, you could see a rental right in somebody. It's a serious issue we have. You know, and I want to say something again. If you realize something, it's not just the bars. Sometimes you could go, you could hear the church down the roads making noise too. Remember that? It's not just the bars. So that's what I'm saying. So we have to be careful. No, I'm not knocking no one, but I'm just saying you have to be careful how we really come across, because sometimes at my home, sitting down in my house trying to rest, and I hear, I could get up and dance with the church music girl below me. Because it's there. And I welcome the blessings. You know, but we have to remember these are establishments put together to feed the children, the family. Like I said, there's a lot of business, because there's a thing called a mixologist now, which is, I think we need to start doing programs like that here for some of the bartenders that are some of these bars, because when you do that, they could end up being an international bartender and go to Las Vegas and those places and work. Because once you get trained as a mixologist internationally, you could travel anywhere around the world and go be a bartender. So let's use what we have to enhance the young people as well, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm not going to speak no longer, because, like I said, when we reach in the committee stage, I'll be speaking a lot more there, because I have a lot of notes here, a lot of what the bar owners and the restaurant owners and the hotels said. And I want to make sure, and I want to let the public know and let the restaurant owners and the bar owners know that I will support you all in here when it comes to this bill, because we came to you and we listened to what you had to say, and a lot of the points that you made are valid points, and they will be represented here in the House of Assembly by the members who were to that meeting as well. So I'm just letting you know that, take notice that we will be speaking on your behalf as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. Before I ask the Premier to wrap up, are there any other members that wish to speak? Great. Premier, may I call on you to wrap up, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I want to thank the members for their support of this bill. Madam Speaker, during the debate, very interesting and pertinent matters were aired. And I want to congratulate the members for touching on all the relevant areas and important areas. Of course, we spoke about the possible dangers, potential dangers of alcohol. We also mentioned, of course, the need to be able to support the tourism industry and small business industry. The issue and the situation of holding these establishments accountable for being responsible members of the community came up. And of course, we did mention that the Noise Abatement Act is something that we'll have to take a look at, and zoning is something that we'll have to take a look at. But Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition, I know this is an area that he's very passionate about because he keeps getting these calls and he has to go take a trip down the road. I have the same problem, Madam Speaker. I get these calls and then I have to go to these establishments to inspect and regulate. So we're in the same boat. But Madam Speaker, Honorable Fraser, have you fun at Stonehaven and Beach Club Terrace, and now he didn't want the young people to have any fun. He done had the days back in the 60s. Madam Speaker, ain't had not a thing closing back then. So yeah, the fun now he try and stop the young people from having fun. But I think he makes a very valuable point, Madam Speaker. I know it's a point that the Deputy Speaker supports. These establishments, if they're going to be making noise, they have to close in. They have to close in. They can't be disturbing the community. I am not advocating for anybody disturbing the community at all. We have to soundproof the place if you want to be having noise. And then we can't just pick on the establishments. They have people with the cars go up and down in the middle of the night. I don't know. They put air plug in them air, but the rest of we don't have any air plug. And they're disturbing everybody, and I really don't know who it is they're trying to entertain. Somebody over in St. Thomas or St. Croix, who are they trying to entertain? So, Madam Speaker, I think, and just as Honorable Smith said, you have open air church services, and sometimes you have persons who members of the community who they don't like it. So I think we all have to be sensitive. We all have to be sensitive to the impact of noise. And just now it will be Christmas time, and hopefully nobody will complain about us going around caroling and stuff like that. But we have to be considerate, Madam Speaker, of persons as it pertains to noise. But noise, as I said before, that's something, a matter to be dealt with in the Noise Abatement Act. And, you know, if persons are passionate about it, we can look towards that in the next session, because we won't have time for it in this session. Madam Speaker, as the Deputy Speaker said, I believe that we'll have very robust discussion and debate in committee stage. And of course, I believe as a result, we will be able to come up with the best bill possible. Of course, you won't be able to satisfy everybody, Madam Speaker. You'll always have somebody who perhaps thought you should have gone a different way. But we're trying to, that word that the Deputy Speaker used a lot, we have to strike a balance. We have to represent everybody. And we're going to try to do that to the best of our ability, Madam Speaker. So having said that, again, I thank the members for their support of this bill, and I look forward to the committee stage where we can make all the necessary amendments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Liquor Licenses Act 2019 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
This act may be cited as the Liquor Licenses Act 2019.
Thank you. Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. House is now in committee.